Council, I'll call the meeting to order at 10 a.m. Roll call.
Dolores Coachwan.
Here.
Christopher Eaglebear. Todd Bearshield. Austin Cowboys Right.
Here.
Stanley Woodknife Jr.
Up.
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear. Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Radley.
Oh.
Charles DeBray Jr. William J. Marshall.
Here.
Wade Frederick. Emily Boyd Valandra. Alvin Bearhill Sr.
Just walk in.
Alvin Bearhill Sr.
Here.
Sherry Wright Kuwait. Pamela Wilcox. Here. Lila Kildensight. Michael Bolt Sr.
Here.
William Kindle.
Here.
Ben Blackbear III. Marion Little Thunder.
Here.
Lila Kildensight. 14 present.
14 present, we have a quorum. Royal, will you do the invocation, please?
Iwachi mapi ka hekta ke wachi ke uncha ka waktolo ka takasla ka takasla ka te topo jimaka wakato honi chapik ka le omne cha api ka hekta ke with kachi na chate wajilo hense naji na tako oyate kata ha iwogla koktolo ikacha wiya na wabska egna kapi na maska wakapi na wogla wiya na wogla ka wachasha na ya так ваше четко мсочи чапин толо на лепетки оятки вона втаяти оптонки оки хактаки ваніти ичитката ичиткела геном хеогна мани хактаки так ваше четко на ояти ваки капи гено киксяпик така на така кавахажа чозаник толо на вахупа коза вахуто по чозаник толо тоно вочки читте тоно куди типа хпапи на чозаник толо лепетки очи чапик така tako što četka na ta vogla koktelo na ojeteki u čotkači ožila čate ožila ogna le vanete kela ojopje ka aja vokužiki ogna hektakja tako ne sića jamfasni tako što četka aktak će večozani walking telo hem se hoči čapolo mi taki omazanik telo Koga shala ya pe kavada ke awe on kishne energy telo ay akhlate ay ya te ay we cha de cha le chamo velo ay Lo voy a Apolo.
Okay.
Still.
Do we have any requests to be excused for today? Do you have, all the people that aren't here going into excuse? Did you guys get any calls on all the ones that aren't here?
Only one I got one.
Todd Fairchild is the only one I got.
Wayne said he had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
They'll be
Charles
late.
said he was running late. Not here yet.
Excuse, the only one I got was Todd, but we have Charles, Lisa, and Wayne will be here this afternoon, Wayne Frederick. So Lisa's running late.
Lisa's running late and Charles also texted that he was running late.
Who? I can't hear you, sorry.
Charles texted that he was running late along with, Lisa.
So we have Todd, Wayne, Lisa, and Charles that requested to be late today. Motion to approve? Yes. Tammy?
Motion to approve the absence of Todd and Wayne because they both have appointments, and then the lates are Charles and Lisa.
Second? Coach? Question? Sam, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
1,
No voting?
0.
Motion carried. On today's agenda, we're going to be doing the regular for this time of the month, which is the casino and gaming. SWA is on the agenda. They need their Indian housing plan approved. It's on a deadline. And we are going to be doing budgets today, so it's best that we stick to this agenda so that we can get through those budgets. They're on a deadline. So I need a motion to approve.
I think that actually can we move the agendas or the budgets up ahead of time so that we can get those out the way, and then that time so that we're not wasting time running around to approve the agendas later on in the week or for the end of the fiscal year. That'd be a request to move the budgets up.
Emily?
There was a couple things from committee that were emergency legislation. I have to look at my notes for the details, but I know one of them was the special election that needs to have the resolution passed that didn't get through. So I was wondering if we could have some of those emergency legislation added.
Coach?
Good morning, Madam Chair. After we get through the budgets, can we need to add some other things on and just recess till tomorrow because we have a lot of things that we need to address the new fiscal year starting in October, and we can't wait till we meet again.
Like what?
EPP, plan for winter months, the 20-plex, are those generators going? What about the elders who have no water and sewer? What about Sunrise Apartments? We've never heard a response back from the law firm. That hospital entrance, is it going to be done by the time snow falls? It's not accommodating our enrolled members. They have to walk pretty far to get into that hospital. And then Sergeant at Arms, we need to decide on that. The trash pickup. You know, we have trash all over piled up in these communities. Snow falls, that's going to be hard on our machinery. It's going to drift these roads shut pretty hard. And then meth, gun violence, we should be sitting down and doing a plan to, especially state of emergency on gun violence, so we can get our PD and other areas, the adult corrections, more help. And then the 100 Homes Project, you know, welcome Micah aboard, and there's much more. And these issues can't wait. We have a lot to address. We really do, for the people.
The sergeant at arms I could understand as being urgent because we need to have a full-time sergeant at arms. The other ones I believe can be on our agenda for October because that's a lot to cover. And those people you're talking about, they need to be aware so they can be here.
And they,
So if you give me your list after the meeting, I'll make sure that they're on the next agenda.
and then, Madam Chair, we should have asked you this when you were when you were sworn in. But I'd like to make a motion that you send us your plan when you were sworn in. What plans did you have for our people? I would like you to send us that before noon today, so we can put that before. Because being in the seat where you're at, we have a lot to work with for our people, and we haven't been meeting. But I would like to make a motion that we see your plan when you first originally were sworn in.
You can do that after we get the agenda approved.
Right.
Bro?
Yeah, okay, today was not bad, choose Buffalo, and, Madam Chair, officers and, council, let alone, I don't know what the process is, before we approve the agenda of, but, I have a young lady, tribal member who wants to address council and, pass out some stuff to council. I don't know if we want to do it before approval agenda or after, or do we have to, deviate, motion to deviate, or how does that work?
Would she be able to be here after we're done with the budgets?
She's running a, Writers Guild in Cheyenne River, and that, she has to get up to get that situated. It'll only take a few minutes of, council.
We'll do it, if it's just a few minutes, we'll do it before we start the budgets. It's gonna be a long process and we need to get those done there on a deadline. So, after that.
So what's the agenda look like?
We're gonna move the budgets up before the casino and gaming, and then after that is gonna be the SWA Indian Housing Plan. At 11:30, we need to break. Veterans Affairs asked, and everybody got this message in your group messages, that at 11:30, we would be having an honoring or a retirement recognition for Orlando Morrison, and the office and family is gonna be here to honor him and be.
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Okay. Tammy, Cowboy, and Mike.
I seconded the motion.
Oh, you second? Oh,
Did Doyle move to approve the agenda?
Yes.
I seconded it.
I still have, okay,
I have my hand up.
Tammy and Cowboy, and then we'll go to Mike.
We have, through judiciary, we have a motion that came forward regarding the, recommendation of hiring a prosecutor. We need to get acting on that, so we need to have that on the agenda as well.
Okay, I'll add that because it's needed, and the council can decide on it. With that, Earl made a motion to approve agenda, Mike second. Cowboy, are you questioning?
I just got a,
Oh,
thank you, Madam Chair. With Emily's thing for emergency resolutions, I'd like to just put all resolutions on there so we can get through them.
thank you. How many are there?
I don't know,
Because
but
we
some-
have a lot to cover
Some are gonna
today.
go up to October 1st, and then they're gonna have to redo them. Some of them need to be done.
Then we
Yeah.
can recess till tomorrow and finish those.
Yeah. Didn't you ask for emergency?
Just the
The ones
emergency,
that
but I
are
want all
emergency.
resolutions.
I
Okay.
asked for emergency legislation because a lot of the committees have emergency legislation that needs
Yeah.
to be by the end of the year.
Thank you.
For the emergency legislation, we'll add those ones, and then all the regular ones. And I want to remind council that with resolutions, when they're, for the emergency resolutions, there is a process there to go to the secretary's office before they come to council so that a number can be put on them, and then they come to council. So just reminding you of that.
If there is resolutions that are in our packets that haven't been through this month, and programs need to get them taken care of.
So the ones that are on the deadline, I understand that. Votes.
Madam Chair, I just took a picture of what I had written down on the agenda and I just sent it.
Thank you, Totes. Okay, I need a question. Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 votes. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
15 opposed?
0.
Not voting? 1. Motion carries. Okay, Mike, we'll start with the budget. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Sarah, we'll allow Sarah a few minutes. She needs to get to North Dakota. Cheyenne River, sorry.
Hi, I'm just going to take up a few minutes of your time since I know that you are all busy. My name's Sarah Hernandez, and I was in town visiting my auntie, Renee Flood, and Royal asked if I could speak to tribal council really quickly. So like I said, my name's Sarah Hernandez, and I'm an associate professor at the University of New Mexico. I'm also a member of the Ocheti Shakoween Writers Society, which is a first of its kind tribal group for Dakota, Nakota, Lakota writers. And we've been around for 32 years. And the mission of our organization is to increase the number of Dakota, Lakota writers publishing and presenting in our ancestral homelands. And so toward that goal, we've developed a couple of different projects. And what I sent around now is a brochure called Native Reads, which is a recommended reading list that was developed by members of the society. And as part of this reading list, what we wanted to do is we wanted to create a list of books that we thought were positive, empowering representations of our people and community. And so we're trying to get these books into schools because we think it's important for our students to see these representations in the classroom and in their textbooks. So we created this reading list, and we created a podcast series, discussion guides, so that we can see more of these textbooks in the classroom. I've been visiting Royal's class at Sinte Gleshka University, and what we found is that a lot of these books aren't even taught at our tribal college. A lot of the books that Royal is, required to teach in his classroom are books by non-native people. And so what we really want to do through this initiative is bring these books to our classroom. Like, our people have published 200 books over the past 200 years, and yet they're not being taught in the classroom. And so the goal of Native Reads is to introduce these to teachers and students. But Native Reads is an initial project. I'm actually headed to Eagle Butte now, where we're going to expand on this project, Native Reads. What we want to do, what the Ocheti Shakoween Writers Society wants to do next is we want to create a textbook that can actually be used in the classroom. And so to create this resource, I'm going to work with the society, which consists of 30 to 40 tribal members from all different communities. It includes educators, tribal leaders, but we're going to start looking through these 200 books that our people have written, and we're going to create a textbook that can be used in the classroom so that these books are easily accessible to our people. And so the society has received a grant to do this work over the next 2 years. And I just, wanted to make council aware that, we're working on this, and I'll be reaching out to members of the community on how to put, this resource together. One of the things I really want to emphasize about these projects is that they're community-based, meaning I'm not going to do this, by myself. So one example I'll use is that the Navajo Nation recently published their own anthology of Navajo literature. That book was published just by scholars. And so I want this book to be different, where it's not just scholars who are publishing these books, it's community members who are thinking about what type of books do we include, what types of topics and themes do we include that are important to our community. So I really want this to be a community-based project. I'll be leading the project, but I'll be working with the Ocheti Shakoween Writers Society to kind of determine the content. But I know I'm taking up a lot of your time and you guys are super busy. So I did just want to hand out these brochures. All of this information is online at the Ocheti Shakoween Writers Society.org. On that website, we also have the bibliography of 200 books. We have a digital version of this brochure. We have all the discussion guides and podcasts. And this entire project, again, it's community-led. It's for 200 years, we've had non-native people telling us about our communities, and so we want this project to be something that comes from the community itself. So I do hope that you guys are able to support, this project and share this information, and hopefully I'll be invited back where I can talk a little bit about this more. I visited the college yesterday, and people were really enthusiastic and excited about this project, so I hope to be able to come back when you guys have more time and talk about this project a little more. Before I run off, I should probably ask if you guys have questions.
This is very interesting and very important.
Yeah, thank you.
This is our history, and one thing that I really would encourage that you guys do is, get the books on the school, even the schools on Jim Thorpe.
Yeah.
He was an amazing athlete, the best athlete ever, and there'll never be another one like him. And he's one of our own, Ocheki Shakoe. And you know, you have these, I just watched, we have a documentary of him, and it's awesome. They should be showing it in the schools to motivate and energize our young ones, you know, because you have athletes in the pros now that are just good in one sport or two, but it was all around
Yeah.
amazing, you know. So I just really encourage to really put that out into the schools too. Our young ones really need to hear that.
Yeah.
It was quite the athlete.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's the whole motivation for this project is we want our kids to start seeing these positive representations. I was able to teach in South Dakota for a few years, and I was actually told not to teach, you know, some of these books, or I was told that, you know, Dakota, Lakota people don't have their own literature, and I knew that wasn't true. And so that kind of prompted this project, inspired this project, is we do have this rich literary tradition. Like I said, 200 books over the past 200 years, but they're not being taught and they're not being published, and, you know, they're not out there because of, I guess.
And I would suggest that you connect with Gail Spotted-Tail also at childcare here.
Yeah, I did, yeah, Royal
Oh,
introduced me.
yes,
to
all right,
it.
see, that program's amazing, it's a lot, yes, okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Bolts?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, young lady. You know, you have two members of the Sioux Gillespie Board of Regents here, and I want to thank you for this. It's about time. Let's just put it simply, it's about time. You know, this is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And I was really, you know, grateful that Royal invited me to talk to his class, and
And we'll straighten Royal out. We're getting contemporary.
he invited me to talk to his class, and the students brought up a lot of these issues too, how important it is to read books by writers from our own community, so.
Sarah, when you're going to be in the area again, just get hold of the secretary's office and we'll put you on the agenda for a long presentation.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, don't worry about this guy. We'll take
Sarah.
care of it.
I'll start with Wayne and.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Wayne, are you good? You have the budgets?
Yep.
Or who has? Let's get started with the budgets.
We're ready to go.
Morning, Council.
Good morning.
Um,
Good morning, my man.
I hope you've all had a good night's sleep. You're gonna be seeing numbers in your sleep tonight. We have 5 resolutions that we'd like to get passed today. First one that's being passed out is the general account budget. After we do the general account budget, then we're gonna do the indirect cost budget. After indirect costs, we're going to do the IHS budgets. And then we're going to do what's called federal, state, and other budgets. And then 638, the IHS 38. Now the IHS 638 and the other federal, state, those are budgets that, I mean, they're submitted, but they're just tentative. And the reason why they're tentative is because we don't know what the actual budgets are going to be till Congress makes the appropriation. We're anticipating that there's going to be a continuing resolution, but at some point, they're going to pass a budget. And when we know what the actual figures are, then we'll go back in and incorporate those figures in the budget. But what we passed today will at least allow us authorization for our programs to continue spending for next fiscal year. Okay, the general account budget here. resolution there. Well, I would like the council to start on the second page of the budget. And what that second page of the budget is, our estimated revenues coming here for a general account. This is revenues from all sources. These are just projected, but it's based upon history. The first one there is our TECRO revenue. That's the 4.5% tax that we get for all construction projects. Last year, we received $1,282,665 TECRO revenue. This year, we're projected to receive 1.5 million. That's what some big projects that started here, so we have to speed our revenue to increase. Sales tax. Our actual receipt for last year was $3,220,715. Projecting $3 million for this year. And we're only projecting that because we're not sure what the sales are going to be. If our sales stay the same, then we'll get the 3.2, but if sales go down, then we're just being conservative. Contractor excise tax. That's a 2% again associated with contracts. We're projecting $1 million this year. Last year we got $820,000. Tourism tax. Last year we got $16,000. We're projecting $18,000 for this year. Cigarette tax. So far we've collected $502,000 this year, but that does not include the last quarter. Sales tax are paid by quarter. So we'll probably get somewhere from 650 to 675 this year actual. So next year we're projecting $600,000 in revenue. Luxury tax. That's the tax we have on our alcohol sales. We received $163,000 this year. We're projecting $135,000 for next year. Sure, go ahead.
Where does the taxes from Pejipo go on the book?
I don't think we collected them yet.
Oh, okay, so we're not projecting anything there.
No,
Does that still need to be negotiated or?
that's still how it has to all be worked out. I'm not even sure it's that yet.
Okay, I just assume since we're collecting, revenue that there's taxes involved.
We're collecting revenues, but I'm not even sure what the taxes, what the tax rate is or any of that stuff yet.
Okay, thank you.
I haven't been told, so
I was just hoping that it would increase somewhere in here, but I didn't see that, so that's why I was wondering.
I haven't been told anything yet, but
Okay, thank you.
once we start receiving it, then we get included in the budget. License plate income, that's just for people who purchased tribal license plates. Last year we got 1,040, we're projecting 1,000 for next year. Election filing fees. This year we actually collected 2,400, but we only had 2 offices, and there's a typo there. We should only that projected income should be 7,500, not 75,000.
Is that because it was an election year?
Yeah, because this year we only had 2 positions. Next year we're going to have 10.
Okay, thank you.
Lease income. This year so far we received $2,898,864. We still have another month's lease income to come off that. So next year we're projecting $3.2 million in lease income. GLE dividends. This year we got 1.751. The reason we got more is because we got 2 years dividends from GLE this year. That's why we got more this year. But next year we're projecting just $1 million in GLE dividends. Actual dividends, we haven't.
Redco dividends, 000. We need to make sure that they're on our October calendar, all chartered entities, because we've been trying to bring them up, but Madam Chair keeps saying we'll wait till October and they can do their annual report. So, Madam Secretary, can you make sure that Madam Chair, for October, can we make sure that we have our chartered entities on the
I'm
calendar?
already on it, too.
Okay, thank you, but we should be getting money from Redco, you know, so I just wanted to bring that up and make sure that they're on our
Yeah,
agenda.
I've got that.
All right, thank you.
Coming, I'm going to actually set a special meeting for the chartered entities.
Okay.
It's not going to be on our regular agenda.
How long has it been since Redco had dividends for us?
I'm gonna say 3 years.
I'll be right back. I'm trying to get this thing done.
Michelle?
Isn't the reason why they're not paying dividends is because they're managing that store? And all the debt was given from the tribe to Redco? So they're carrying that debt. So I thought that was why they weren't paying dividends, because the debt was given to them and it was up to them to take care of that. Yeah. So it was my understanding that they weren't gonna pay dividends until that came out of debt, because it wasn't their debt, it was given to them.
Before we move on to the thing with the chartered entities, I'm going to be requesting that they bring us, every October is the annual report for the chartered entities, so that's why I have it on next month. And I'm also going to ask that they bring their staffing patterns, budgets, all the information that is required for this council to be updated on what they have in revenue, what should be provided to the tribe as a part of that. So we'll have that's why I'm going to do it as a special meeting, so that everything is brought to the council floor, so all of you are aware. And that's for all chartered entities. Wait.
It's land use tax and range unit grazing fees. Are always the same every year, 70,000, 90,000, but this year we're gonna estimate 70,000 for grazing fees. Timber permits. This year we received $875. We're projecting $1,000 for next year. Other land lease income. This year we got 74,575. Next year 81,000, and those have a lot to do with the cell towers and stuff that are out there. That's where this money comes from. Building equipment, we're not going to do anything there. Donation, so far we received 50,000 for this year, and we're projecting 50,000 for next year. And those are hit and miss. No, we get donations. I think at one time I got a letter that had a nickel in it, and then sometimes we'll get $15,000 to just never know. We're going to project $50,000 for next year. Rosebud Casino, we got 20,000 for this year, and that had to do with the 4th of July stuff. So we're just assuming that the same thing will happen next year, so we're estimating 1,000 for next year. GLE donations, we got 10,000 this year. We're projecting the same for next year. And most of that has to do with, I think, GLE gives each one of our communities $500 to have their annual powwow. So that's where the majority of that money is used. Miscellaneous income. This year we see 55,000 and we're projecting 10,000 for next year. TLE match. We just got our check yesterday. That's why it's not in it for actual, but 27,000 and we're projecting 27,000 for next year. And what that is under the bylaws of TLE, they pay 1/4 or 1/4 or 1/3 of the salary of our tribal chairman for sitting on the board of directors. So that's what that's there for. Emily?
I just had a quick question on the line above that one. So we projected over $1 million for last year and we only collected or received whatever the 55. I was just wondering what $1 million payment we were projected and we didn't receive.
I'm not sure if that had to do with ARPA or not.
Okay.
So
Maybe some income from the houses or something. I wasn't sure what we were projecting for $1 million that we didn't get, so. I was just
when we
curious.
got all that ARPA money, a lot of that money went into the general account.
Okay,
But
so maybe moving that around.
so we were thinking we were going to get that, but it never happened. So
Thank you.
RST restitution, and I just want to explain that's $45 we got. Know that there are some people that have committed a crime, and then as a part of their penalty, they have to pay restitution to the tribe, and it varies. Some years there's several, some years there's none. This year we received $45, and we're just projected none for next year. Some years that's quite a bit. It's been a while since we got any major income on that item. Loan service fees. $250,000, and that's what the income that we're going to earn from our CALP program. Background investigations, we received 33,500 for this year, and we're projecting 25,000 for next year. Emily?
I just had a quick question on, is that enough to do the improvements that we've been talking about all year? I know that we've been having ongoing conversations about how we could support that department better. And so I was just wondering if that was involved in the budget.
For background?
Yeah.
No, this here is just how much money we
That is in revenue?
Yeah.
So could we use some of that to purchase them, or is that already somewhere out fingerprint machine?
I mean, we can, but this money that I'm going through now is the amount of income that we're projected to go into the general account.
Oh.
And then the expenses is what we're gonna go over next, that,
Okay,
how it's,
thank you.
how it's all being spent.
Some will find its way there.
Wait,
But
just real quick, why is it projected to be lower, the amount lower?
just being conservative. No rhyme or reasons, just being conservative.
Okay.
Claim reimbursements from insurance company. This year so far, we received 6,000, but it's a lot more and a lot higher than that because there's a lot more coming in. And for next year, we didn't predict anything because I don't know if there's going to be any, I can't predict any storms or anything, but so we didn't project any income there. Interest and investment income. We received $287 this year and 50,000 for next year. And again, the tribe has several CDs out there, and if you haven't cashed any of those CDs into or used any of the interest, but if we do, that amount's going to be a lot higher than 50,000. But just to be conservative, we we estimated $50,000 interest income. But if we did cash all the CDs in, it would be several hundred thousand. In interest, not the principal, just interest. Transfers, the 692,000 this year, the majority of that came from our TALP program. If you remember earlier on, we had some cash flow problems, so we transferred 600,000 of that from our TALP program into our general account to help with cash flow. And we're only going to project 100,000 this year. Administration fees. I mean, look, I'm not even sure what that's for. I can't tell you what that's for, but we didn't project any income this year. Motor fuel tax. Whenever the tribes won that lawsuit and we started to receive the tax that was collected on the gas sold on a reservation, the tribe enacted an ordinance that governed that tax money. And that ordinance says that the tribe is entitled to collect 25% of the taxes collected for administration fees. And historically, that's been around $1 million. So historically, the tribe would be collecting like $250 in admin costs. The rest of that money goes to fund the sand and gravel program, Shorty Jordan's program. However, this past year, one of our major businesses that sold gas was shut down, if you remember. They're in Mission. For like 6 or 7 months, they're under construction and not providing any, so our gas tax sales went way down. So if a member of the council asked the council to decrease the administrative costs that were taken to 75,000 until that tax revenue can start coming back in. And so for next year, we're only going to project 72,650. If the tax revenues increase back to what they normally will, then I can come back to council and ask the council for more administration fees. Trust income, 000. This, it's called fund balance seal, that's carryover. This year, we carried over $3,379,695. Next year, we're going to carry over right at $3 million. And then the majority of that carryover has to deal with the second dividend we got from GLE. That's the cash we're going to have in the bank after the end of September in the general account, and we're going to carry that forward. So the total projected income fiscal year 2026 is $14,365,650. And our proposed expenses, which is the first sheet we'll go over next, is $14,345,000. So we have a positive budget of $20,000.
So back to Pejico, would that be, that's not going to fall under the dividend? Are we able to add that at least to one of the line items? And
When all that is figured out, whenever the commission tells me what taxes they're going to collect and all that stuff, we'll just create a line item in a different funding source for taxes for Pejico.
maybe we can get an update.
Yeah, it's just like a luxury tax, only it'll be a Pejico tax.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the income side? Okay, then we'll go back to the first page. The first page, now that's how we're gonna spend that money that's coming in. Far left on the first column, it's the 2025 actual budget. Second column is what we're proposing for this coming year, 26. Administration attorney, the actual budget for this year was 296,766. We're gonna round it off, give them 290,000. Ambulance dialysis, the actual budget, and council, the ambulance dialysis and communities, and early nutrition, dialysis, protective payee, veterans affairs, and Sichunga warriors. Those were all used to be under our casino budget. But because the casino is not making any money, we had to incorporate those programs into the general account budget. So that's over $1 million of money that we had to juggle in here. And off to the left here, you'll see those ones that are in blue. Those are the ones that were under the casino exception of community services. It should be communities, that's blue, not community social services. All the rest of those blue ones are ones that came from the casino. I just wanted to point that out to you. So that was another difficult process we had to do, is how to take $1 million out from existing programs so we could continue to fund the casino program. Again, the Attorney General, this year's actual budget was $1,050,000, and we're going to leave it the same. Communities, wait, Tammy.
When, the Attorney General budget, is this the Attorney General law firm that we're talking about? That's over $1 million?
No, it's the whole office over
The
there.
whole office, okay?
I think, don't quote me, Tammy, but I think last year it's around $200,000 that we paid to the law firm to be the Attorney General.
Okay, what is the attorney thoughts on this proposed budget? Because we haven't heard from our Attorney General law firm since March, and we don't even know what he's looking at.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure.
Madam Chair, I would like to really quick just, make a motion, if there needs to be a motion, to have, a report from our Attorney General law firm. So we know what he's working on, because we don't even know what he's working on. We haven't heard from him since March.
Especially with Sunrise Department, please.
Second. Phillips. Question. Michelle? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
Motion carried.
And again, Council, I want to remind you that every month, I haven't done it this month because I've been busy working on these budgets, but every month I send out to you my financial report.
Yeah.
In that financial report, it's going to give the detail of each one of these programs in that report. It'll tell you, like the $1,050,000, how much Attorney General has been spent, how many of the prosecutors are paid for out of it, and however this money is spent, it's sent you every month in a detailed expense report. These here are just the totals, and this is what's going to be published in the paper.
Michelle?
Okay, so for the Attorney General, we had a proposed budget of $1,050,000 for last year, but because we didn't have an Attorney General, they had a lot of carryover funds, right?
Yes, yeah.
So is that what was given to the programs, all the carryover funds that was approved in Budget and Finance? So rather than hold that money there and use it for the following year, it was given out as bonuses?
No.
Where did they get their bonus money? I'm just curious.
Programs?
Yeah.
Those programs that didn't have it, like for instance, Head Start, for example, they didn't give out 1,500, they only could afford 500. Some of them that didn't have any income in that line item, they modified their budget to put money into there.
So what happened with because I know that they didn't have an attorney general, so there's no way they could have spent $1 million. What happens to the remaining money?
That whole $1 million is not for the Attorney General.
It's reflected in that $3 million carryover that you see in the revenue page. I guess what
But that $1 million isn't just for the Attorney General. That $1 million covers some of the prosecutors over there, victim assistants. There are several positions. John's is over there. I think Mary's is out of there. There are several positions, not just the Attorney General.
I know, I get that. I'm just saying that I know that, wasn't it budgeted to have an attorney general though?
Yes.
So we didn't have one.
Yeah, but the council hired a law firm to be the Attorney General.
So does that come out of there?
That
To
comes
pay
out
them?
of there.
Okay, are we gonna see that too?
Yeah, and like I said, and in those reports I send you every month, it's in there. Line by line, how much has been spent.
Thank you.
And again, on this, the Attorney General's office covers some of the prosecutors, or a lot of the prosecutors. The prosecutors also get a $500,000 grant every year to cover the rest of it. And that's going to be in this federal state budget that I give you later.
Yeah, and, on that, prosecutor's office, I know, I attended, judiciary meeting. So on that, when they were, reviewing the contracts and stuff, I asked about the next prosecutor. I know when Matt Rappold was in there, he presented to OJS at the time. He used Rapid City as he used their land base and then their court system. But anyways, long story short, they gave Rosebud money for prosecutors. And I think Eric, you mentioned there was a letter that the tribe had to write every fiscal year for them to bring that. I think they had like 5 prosecutors in different areas. Are you familiar with that on that letter that was submitted to OJS and some of the money they got for the prosecutor's office?
That's what I was just explaining to Michelle, is that the prosecutors get $500,000 in additional grants for that office, but they have to request it every year. That was done like 3 years ago. We got our initial 500,000, and then we got a commitment for 500,000 a year for the next 5 years, but they have to submit it to request that one-time funding every year. And know that whole area of the court and prosecution and all that stuff, just my recommendation is that we need to pay attention to that, because right now I'm not certain that it's funded adequately to do what's all that's required for the court and the prosecution and stuff. That's just my opinion. Just throwing it out. And on one of these, the next 2 or 3 years, that $500,000 special grants we get every year is going to end. And if we don't, acquire permanent funding, that's going to be a huge problem for us. Just throwing out for you guys' thought. Community social services. Their actual budget for this year was $2,119,740. We're proposing to reduce that to $1,750,000. And the reason why we're proposing that is because they only spent $1.5 million this year, or it's under $1.5 million. And the majority of that money goes to aid to the family of the deceased, for burial, and that $1,500 we give the families. That's where that money goes. But like I said, we spent less than $1.5 million, so that's why we're reducing the budget to 1.7. Communities, we always receive $670,000 a year for, that's been going on for a long time. And that's the community allocations that our communities receive each month. Also, 932 this year, and we just rounded it off to 930, so $2,000 cut. Just rounding it off. Education, again, 414,000 was their budget this year, and we just rounded it off to 400,000. Hourly affairs, 200,000 this year, we're giving the same for next year, 200,000. Dialysis, their budget was 212,000 for this year, we're just rounding it off to 200,000. Election office, 200,000 was their budget for this year, we're gonna give them the same for next year. EPP, $50,000 is what the budget was for this year and $50,000 for next year. And what that $50,000 is for, council, is that's cash in the bank so that whenever the president declares an emergency, and then there's cash in the bank that we can access to do what we have to do during that emergency. And then whenever the emergency is done, then that's when Bob will come back here. He'll give you a detailed report of what was spent during that emergency. And then the council will have to reappropriate monies back into that line item, so it's back up to 50,000 again. So that's always there so that we have cash in the bank when it's needed for an emergency. Enrollment, their budget was 250 this year. Out of a general, we'll give them 200. And that's because they didn't spend all their money again this year. Fair manager, 75,000 for this year, and hopefully the council hires somebody, so we just left it at 75,000 next year. Finance office, 355,000. And I think there might be that 355,000 covers all kinds of things. Interest expenses. There's a whole category of like unpaid bills, but that's what that's for. Bank account. It costs us so much a month to have checking accounts and all that stuff. That's where that money's paid out. County Wash Day Shelter. 150,000 was the budget for this year. We're giving the same for next year. Veteran Shelter, that's the one up here, Longhouse. They've always received 100,000, and so we're giving 100,000 again for next year. Health admin, if you remember, the council gave that cancer program to health admin, and they put money in there this year, so the budget for this year is 135,000. We're gonna give them the same for next year, 135,000. ICWA, the council gave them 80,000 this year, and that's primarily for attorneys. They have a 638 grant that covers their salaries, but it's primarily for attorneys and travel stuff. And we're proposing to give them 80,000 again. IT department, their budget was 155 this year. We're going to round it off to 150 for next year. AINI, their budget was 200,000 for this year. We give them 150,000 next year. Same with Koya, 150 this year, 150 next year. And I just want to let the council know that earlier on, there was a lot of talk about the public broadcast system being eliminated and all of our funds being taken back. Senator Rounds is on the Appropriations Committee, and he promised the tribes that he would not let tribal government's money be taken. I did not think that he could make this happen because there's a big, long process of, once he call that money back, then he has to get money from a different source, put it into the Interior Department and get it out to the tribes. He did that. So the tribes' money that was cut was rerouted to the Interior, and that's why we're only giving them $150,000 because their grant money was saved. That was primarily Senator Rounds that did. Dakota language, that's what's given to Gail's program. I'm not sure what all that she does with it, but her budget was $79,000 this year. We're just rounding it off to $75,000 for next year. So land office, it's a solo. Again, their budget for this year was $400,000. We're going to give them the same for next year, $400,000. Legislative affairs, the general count this year was 99,850. We're going to round it up to 95,000. They get money under indirect also. Yeah. This year we gave them 900,000, but in the past we were only giving them like 400,000 or 500,000 for summer assistance. But if you remember, this year we give them an additional 400,000. But for next year, we're proposing just to go with the summer assistance of $400,000. And again, you know, whenever Congress does do their appropriations, or however that falls out, we may have to come back and revisit that. But for right now, we got $400,000 in that they can use to start the summer program.
Wayne,
Mike?
If there is a government shutdown, and right now it's looking like that might be a possibility, even if it's 2 days, as you indicated when we were talking about it, that's going to affect your ability to draw down, in this case, federal REAP funds, correct? And that delay sometimes could be as long as 6 weeks. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Whenever we begin a new fiscal year, if Congress would appropriate a budget and time, then the process of getting our money would be seamless. But it never happens. I don't know, it's been years since Congress even passed the appropriations bill. It's always been a continuing resolution. So when they do that, then it takes 4 to 6 weeks for us to receive the money from the first allocation. If the government's going to shut down, that just exasperates that. It adds time to that. For every day they shut down, it might add 3 or 4 more days before we get that money. So it creates a big cash flow problem for us. And while we're on that subject, in years past, almost all of our programs could plan for and receive carryover funds to carry them through that process. Usually that they had enough money to carry for 3 months. That's always been the norm. But because of all the funding cuts and the tightness of these budgets in the last several years, not all of our programs have the luxury of that carryover. Some of our big programs like law enforcement and stuff are going to be tight. So if that money takes 6 weeks to get here, there's a good possibility the general account's going to have to cover them for at least 2 payrolls, at least 4 of those 6 weeks. Luckily, it's not all the programs, but it's some of them like that, and it's going to be tough. Cash flow wise, when it's not that we're bankrupt or anything, it's just having cash in the bank.
so when do we anticipate demand, if I can use that word, from our tribal members for REAP assistance. When does that begin to hit us? You know, it could get cold, you know, in the next couple of months.
I'm not sure. I mean, you have to ask Lori, but I think that she usually starts.
We've got this $400,000 set aside for the summer thing, you know, we can dip into that, but see where I'm going there.
Yeah.
The council needs to be aware of, you know, how that,
I think that as far as layup and stuff goes, I think the money's gonna be here, all right? Just because of the CR and stuff, but,
but if there's a shutdown thing, it may take longer to draw, you know, your first installment of REAP runs down, that's really what I'm getting at,
right.
you know, and right now,
And Mike, a lot of the programs like layup and stuff, they've been planning for this, so they might have funds already set aside to cover them. I don't know.
but I don't think REAP
Probably
does.
about tribal programs.
But, you know, President Trump refused to meet with the Democratic leadership yesterday. You know, so so they're playing chicken right now as far as the continuing resolution goes. And if they don't get this thing worked out by next week, the government could shut down, even if it's for a day, 2 days. You know, it's going to delay, it potentially could delay your ability to draw down funds. That's really the point I'm trying to make. The body needs to be aware of that.
Right. Yeah, and it just causes cash flow problems, Mike, big time.
We met with BA on this Monday, they told us that today's the last day to do drawdowns pretty much.
Right.
Are you guys on top of that? Or?
Yeah, I asked yesterday if all the money that we're entitled to was in the system, and they were gonna double check that they found all the money this year.
And like,
Sorry, that just made me have another question. I've been asking for an update on the potential absorbing or 638 or whatever potential for the agency, and I haven't been able to get an update. Can anybody provide where we are with that? I've had several of the local staff reaching out, asking if the tribe still has intentions to do that.
I haven't been to a meeting for a while, so I'm not sure. I know SRD is working on it. I think they got most of the application done, but I haven't.
So where are we at in that timeline? I thought we had to have it by the fiscal year. That's the only reason why I'm bringing it up now, because that just made me think of that fiscal year deadline.
That was the intent of us doing that, so that we could have the application in before the end of the fiscal year, so that would put those funds on hold so we can claw them back.
But we haven't been able to do that then?
I'm not sure if the application is complete or not. I haven't talked to him about that lately, but if it's not, then we have like 2 days next week to get it in, so.
I just had a couple employees asking me at the sports events recently, so I was wondering. Thank you.
I believe it's still on our intent, but I'm not sure how far along we are.
Thank you.
And again, we don't have a lot of people out in the central office right now that are permanent. Where we at here? Natural Resources Animal Clinic. That's the animal clinic that we have their mission. And the budget issue is 275, but they spent way under 200,000. So I'm not sure that that's because they didn't have staff that wasn't hired or what. So we're recommending 200,000 for this year because they didn't spend all their money. 200,000 for next year because they didn't spend all their money for this year. Other expenses. That's $2,388,000 for this year. Next year, we're proposing to round up to 2.4 million. And if you go back to the last page of this budget, last page of the budget I sent out to you, that's what that money is spent for. Indirect costs is 1.5 million. Attorneys, lobbying, community cleanup, Boys and Girls Club, Community Chairman Association, That's where all that money comes from. And it's on the last page of the budget. We're proposing 2.4 million for that for next.
Question.
Yes.
I was just curious what the 75,000 for SGU this year will be.
You're looking on the last line item there?
Yep, on the last page?
Yeah, it's on that other.
Yep, and under the other budget. I was just curious, we had paid that in the past, so I was wondering what that would be.
It's a token payment to address the past.
For years, SGU has been requesting that the tribe pay under a resolution that was passed in the 70s, which gave them a percentage of their land use tax every year. And the tribe has never included them in the budget. So this year, we put them in the budget for 75,000 to start on that agreement.
Can I request that that resolution gets emailed out to council so we could all be brought up?
Okay. I mean, that's.
Secretary?
Yeah.
If I could,
Good, Mike.
to kind of address the history there, back in the 70s, when the college was founded, the council, in their interest in supporting the college, they added an additional surcharge tax to the land lease or the leases that, operators pay, when they lease land. It was like a nickel for grazing land and a dime for farmland. And the operators then began paying that in. They've been paying it in all these years, but it hasn't been going over to the university. And it amounts to maybe less than 20,000 a year back in the day, and currently it could be as high as $40,000 a year. So you multiply that number or those numbers by 50 years. We're talking a big chunk of change that operators have paid through the tribe when they pay their leases. That surcharge of a nickel and a dime or whatever it was, we never got into the practice of sending it over to the college. So this year, we're asking that at least, there be a token payment of 75,000, to kind of address, and hopefully we'll get back to including SGU in our annual budget, for the amount of what that tax still collects today.
Thank you for that history.
Any other questions on that?
Way before we get any further, I go back to social services. There's a couple resolutions in there for their budgets. Like one is to raise the funeral home payments in the amount that was 2,500 to 4,000. So that's why they didn't use all their budget. It's still waiting to be processed. And plus they got equipment in there. So I think with this budget here, they're going to be short on them. We can revisit that, the money that you're allocating to them, social services.
How much short will they be?
I don't know about on equipment, what they need, but for the funeral homes, it was at 2,500 and they're raising it to 4,000 to pay the funeral homes with costs going up. So I don't know, we have to get with that program and see how much they have in there. It's in the resolutions that we haven't gotten to yet.
They should have submitted that budget to Wayne here before we start working.
Okay. Yeah. That was just brought to me, so, and I know the resolutions are in there, so.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, they spent like 1.4 million this year. So if we give them 1.75, so they have $350,000 that they have to work with.
They didn't spend all the money that was allocated to them last year, or this year.
That's what I'm saying. So they have about $350,000 to work with. If that isn't enough, and then whenever they start getting low, then they need to come back to budget and finance. I mean, there are certain things that the council never has not paid. Burial is one of them. I mean, but if we budgeted $500,000 and we're gonna spend $1 million on burial, always comes back. I mean, I don't think that we would be in any danger of not burying our people. That would never happen.
Speaking of burial, is DIA guaranteed their burial money? Because there was times in this past year where we had to cover BIA because they didn't get their drawdowns in time, so we were covering for them and waiting. Have we been reimbursed from BIA at all?
That's what I was just asking Ken about, because they, for a while there, they had run out of funding. Something like that.
I'm not sure, but the money that we advanced was to the funeral home, and we were paid back. She paid us back.
Okay, thank you.
Because the bureau wasn't paying them.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Tammy, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just have a question. Do we owe, does the tribe owe the funeral homes any money?
Not that I know of.
Lila?
Madam Chair. Yeah, let me watch Dave speak up. Good morning, everybody. I know that forestry, we usually give them money to do the, are they still doing those?
Yeah.
Okay, so, there has been a few of our relatives that have been buried without one. And, I don't know, it seems like, I mean, it's really sad, and I don't wanna say this and talk about it, but July was really tough. And I know that we used a lot of, the rough boxes during that month. But, we probably should check on that and see where we're at with that, because I don't wanna.
I think they just needed to do more cutting, because they cut them themselves, some of their timber there.
Okay.
And so like, some of the families did contact me during that time when they were waiting.
Yeah.
And the staff did come in and get them built quickly to get them buried.
Okay, yeah, because we had a couple, and I know usually they don't say anything, you know, really hard times, but I just wanted to make sure we do have them there and delivered. Yeah, that was something you talked about, was delivered.
Tammy and Phillips.
I'm not sure off the subject really quick, but, just for a second, in regards to, forestry, there were some projects that were paid out to a contractor that were unfinished. Can we start looking at, these contracted bonds when they go unfinished like that, and how we can start recouping our funds back? Because one of the issues there was, forestry supplied all the lumber and everything for a fence or something, and it was supposed to be the contractor. I don't know, those are things that we need to address, that for another time, but we need to start addressing those unfinished, contracts.
Phillips? Did you forget?
Yeah, I'll go back to
I shouldn't, but I'll take 1 minute to make a comment on what Tammy just said. The tribe's been getting into a lot of trouble with all this building that's been on in the last several years because we don't have any office that actually helps with construction management, inspections, and that kind of stuff. And I would think that maybe we could sit down with TechRO and the TechRO Commission and see if if they can evolve from what original intent was. Maybe getting more into construction, helping us with construction management and inspections. That's just something I'll throw out there because there's a huge void right now and that might be a good place to be.
Okay, I sit on the tech group, and, we did discuss issues such as that, and then the other thing though is they want some of their tech group fee back so they can hire for people and put on more trainings because they only get 1.some% of their 1% hire fee. And they are gonna be bringing in a lot of construction projects this year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we need to discuss that.
That needs to happen, but I'm just throwing it out there because that's a logical place for it to be. Where are we at here? Personnel office, I don't know, I'm not even sure what that 5,000 is for. I think that might be for, special judges and stuff. I'm not sure, so I shouldn't say. President's office, 359 this year, 400,000 for next year. Protective payee, 80,000 for this year, 90,000 for next year. Revenue office, 140 this year, 140 next year. Secretary's office, 496 this year, we rounded it down to 495. The Spotted Tail Crisis Children's Home, the budget was 400,000 this year. We're giving 430,000 next year. Decro, 346, 320 this year. HBO, 50,000 this year and 50,000 next year. Ocala and Agio, 393 this year, 300,000 for next year. Treasurer, 117 this year, 220 next year. Treaty office, 160 this year, 160 next year. Treaty office too, and we might want to pay some attention to that because I think Phil came to the Budget and Finance Committee last month and moved a lot of his staff from the general account to his grant program. So we might have some savings there too. We'll watch that.
Resolutions too, when that has been,
Veterans Affairs, 512,000 this year. We rounded it down to 500,000. Vice President's Office, 235 this year, 235 next year. So we're total budget for this year proposing 14,345,000. So if we have revenues of 14,365,650 and expenses of 14,345,000, then we have a positive budget of $20,650. Joe?
Just curious as to, it looks like going through here, all of them are being rounded down, except for the president's office and the treasurer's office, they're being rounded up. Why is that?
With my office, the amount that was entered in last year's budget wasn't my actual budget. My actual budget was like 240, but it was only 117 put into the budget, into Martis. So it looks like I'm getting an increase, but actually it's not. The budget was entered wrong last year.
I got the same question as Michelle, because I just got 3 messages on that.
Because even like Tocala and Agio took a $93,000 cut to round down, so everybody, those are the only two that are rounding up, and everybody's rounding down.
We had a discussion with Tocala, and Tocala only spent like 100 some thousand this year.
They didn't use all the money
Yeah.
this year.
They got appropriated 393, but they only spent like 160 or 170,000. So we already had a discussion on that. And so, I mean, if they're gonna need more in the future, we can appropriate more, but they haven't even spent what was given to them already.
And then the other one that kind of is always underfunded is our background office.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that that's on here.
So that's just, well, when we get to that, we need to look at that, because our backgrounds are taking forever. Maybe we need to call some contractors to help with that, I don't know, but yeah.
That doesn't fall under the Attorney General?
Yeah, our background office is under the Attorney General's office.
We need to see their budgets, their actual budgets.
And then they have a revenue too, don't they?
Yeah, the revenue is like 30,000 a year. It's not very much.
Mike Phillips,
Spotted Tail Crisis Center. Wayne, did we determine that they did not, they had a budget savings or didn't quite, at this point in fiscal year, didn't quite use up budget monies? Am I?
No, Spotted Tail Crisis is always in crisis financial wise. They always
Okay.
need money. So yeah, they spent all their money and then they still need more.
Okay, I misheard something then. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
And again, this is what's being proposed. The one that took the biggest hit again was social services for burial. But it's only because I just got the numbers here. They only spent 1.3 million this year so far. If they're gonna need more money, then we'll give them more money. But for purposes of right now, this to balance the budget, that's what we did.
If they needed more money for burial assistance, they probably did have some spare this year, to spare, you know. Nobody is watching their budget.
But if we're gonna increase that to by $1,500, and if we have 300 deaths a year, that's $450,000.
Right.
And they have that to work with in this budget that we've given them. But if it's gonna be more later on, we can address it. The things that we can address up to council with social services, building. That building, it needs so much repair. One of these days, that thing's gonna fall down. We're talking several $100,000 or more just to fix it. We're probably better off building a new building, but that needs to be addressed. That's been a concern of mine for a long time.
Another point that we should be aware of is it's okay now, you know, but on the income side, with like contractors' excise tax and technical fees, those are potentially one-time monies because of big projects, you know, that we're going to see this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, there may not be any big projects. Or the year after that, there may not be any big projects. So when you're looking at a couple $1 million, you know, in technical fees and excise taxes because of construction projects, that money is not always going to be there. So, this body's going to be here for the next 2 years, you know, so keep that in mind that austerity should be the theme of the day. We should have that up on the board over there, on the wall someplace. Austerity. Sorry to sound like Debbie Downer, but I know, somebody has to be.
But there was a resolution that I passed out with this, so Mike, if you want to bring it on.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I'll move to, is this emergency legislation?
Yes.
emergency
I'll move
legislation.
to emergency legislation.
Before we get started, can I ask a question? What about earlier when that came out, I asked you, I went to one of the meetings, a couple of them, over the budget, and I asked if you figured out the 40,000 that the president's office is in the red right now, if you found the money for that.
Yeah, that's being corrected and a lot to do with why the president's office was in the hole had to do with staffing. There was some of her staff that moved out of her office and they were still charging her program for that salary, even though we're out of the office. That was corrected. And then when your budget was originally submitted, it's supposed to be, most of those positions are 50/50 general and indirect cost. But when they originally submitted it into the system, those were all put under the general account side. So it spent all of the money on the general account side and left the indirect cost side with surplus. So I think Brenda's been working with Lewis to try and get those salaries backdated to the right dates so that her budget would balance out.
And when issues like this arise, can we address it right away to squash it
Yep.
instead of letting it go on for months?
Yeah, because there was a lot said about it, but the error wasn't because of overspending. It was actually because other things were coming out of the president's budget, like you said, for 2 other employees, and
But yeah,
it wasn't
It would
appropriately.
just be nice to inform everyone so that way it's settled. Okay.
Mike,
Madam Chair,
hold on, Mike. Oh, emergency legislation brought on by Mike. I need a second.
I got it.
Chris, question?
This one?
Any questions? No, she had a question for you. Question? Marianne, all in favor of emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
No vote? 0. Number? 246, Mike?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve resolution 26-246 or 25?
2025-246?
Yep.
Second, Totes? Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, starting with the third whereas. May I stay seated?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to appropriate for public purposes of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe available tribal council funds pursuant to Article 4, Section 1G of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the purpose of RST Ordinance Number 8812 is to implement Article 4 of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to appropriate and publish, the efficient allocation of resources to meet tribal needs and provide public services, also a law to establish the RST budget fiscal year 2026. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance and Appropriations Committee, also known as the RST Budget and Finance, is established pursuant to RST Ordinance Number 8007, as amended in 1995. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the general account program base budgets for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $14,345,000, subject to amendments depending on an increase in revenue. Whereas the Budget and Finance Committee also recommended that all cash awards for fiscal year 2026 shall be limited to a maximum of $500 cash and shall not exceed 2 awards. That's $500 per single award and shall not exceed 2 during the fiscal year. And whereas the Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that any changes to the cash award policy must be approved by a vote of 2/3 of the RST Tribal Council. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the general account program-based budgets for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $14,345,000, subject to amendments depending on an increase, that probably could say, or decrease in funding, but we'll be positive for now. Be it further resolved that the equipment purchases in excess of $5,000 or more shall be subject to the RST Budget and Finance Committee approval process. Be it also resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendations of the RST Budget and Finance Committee that all cash awards for fiscal year 2025 shall be limited to a maximum of $500 cash and shall not exceed 2 awards. And be it finally resolved.
Any second? Emily? Second by Chris? Question?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. My question is, on those last whereases where we included the 500 cash, I appreciate that it's in there, black and white, we have it. But my question has to do with, can we also add any like wage increases or anything like that? Because according to our law and order and procedures, we are supposed to have any emergency legislation still go to committee, but we don't do that with petition resolutions. And recently, we passed really large petition resolution that did wage increases that did not go through committee purposely. Prior, like the day prior to that, it didn't come. So I'm just wondering if we could also include a whereas in there that those types of things also need to come through the appropriate channel, because apparently even having an ordinance form is not being followed.
Finance Committee, because they're the ones that oversee the budgets. And if you have needed to address it, it should have went to the committee when they were meeting on the budgets.
My ask is to the council, if whoever made the motion would like to amend that to include a whereas in there to also include any wages or supplements.
You'll have to do it as a separate motion because there's a motion on the floor right now.
I'm asking them to amend their motion.
To amend the resolution?
To amend the motion, that's accepting, yeah, to add that whereas in there, to approve as amended.
What?
Can you recommend the
Why do you guys
language?
do this? Oh my goodness, this is so weird. I would specifically like a
Are you
whereas.
wanting to amend this one?
I'm
That's
asking.
what we're asking.
Yes,
Like to amend it?
yes. I was asking if he doesn't have to, that was my question.
No, I'm fine with, if there needs to be some clarification on the process,
Yeah.
some enforcement or reinforcement
See
of
how
the
we talked about
process.
the 500 one?
Right.
I just want to know if we could add in there wage increases and supplementals.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's
So
fine.
you just needed to present it as an amendment.
Sorry.
They're supposed to come through committee anyway, and they
Yes,
usually
that was my
do,
point.
but yeah.
Thank you.
But they don't.
Thank you, Mike.
But
So
if
Mike,
they
as
give you
amended?
through petition resolution, excuse me, then this body needs to show some discipline and not entertain those petition resolutions that are, addressed, that way.
That's amended, Mike. Question. Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 0.
Thank you, Coach.
Motion carried. Thank you, Mike.
In regards,
Holy crap on my fried bread. I didn't think you guys were gonna do this. You passed it. Great.
in regards to, the motion that was just made to approve this, I would like to, for clarification, maybe I need to do another motion, but, a motion that petition resolution will not be, amended, even if the increase or the supplement is in the grant itself, because that is not time sensitive, will not be, presented as a petition resolution those can specifically go before the committee and then, so that's my motion.
Any supplements or wage increases?
Yes. That's my motion.
Motion by Tammy, second.
One second.
Well,
Is that being offered as an
I have
amendment?
something to say.
No, that was an amendment, just as.
Discussion?
I'm here on
Yeah,
for.
discussion. I want to thank you for doing that, and I hope that we follow that come next time you guys want to do a bonus.
Yeah.
I'll call for the question.
Any questions?
No, I'd like to say something. You know, for those that are doing that also, that's considered double dipping. You know, so we need to have a discussion on some of this, because it's not fair that there's these huge supplemental, you might as well say, you know, that it's a lot for some of them. That's their job.
A lot of them are written into the grants, and the one you're specifically all addressing, that I did approve that to go in as a petition resolution because it weighs heavily. It's spent by the end of the fiscal year. It jeopardizes it and puts the grant out of compliance. And that is why I refused. I'm explaining to, I'm answering till it's at the moment, and then we'll get back to your motion. She had a question, and I'm going to. So who's going to question? Second Tammy's motion?
I just have a question. Can we clarify if there is a line item in the council, budget line item for bonuses? And let's just clear that up right now and decide yes or no.
That doesn't have anything to do with my motion.
Does that have to do with council?
Oh, no, but, okay, I can wait till after your motion, but it was brought up about, bonuses, so that made me think we approved our bonus, or our budget and didn't, ask that question, so if I could get clarification after that. Thank you.
Mike?
The two, bonuses, or whatever you want to call them, that are in
Oh, no,
Now
my
that's,
question
you
was
know, if,
in the budget, are we gonna get?
now in terms of supplements or anything else, when it comes to federal programs, the federal programs are bound by the personnel policies and procedures also. So, I don't know if that answers the concern, but.
I need a question to Tammy's motion. We have a first and a second.
I already questioned it, but we just.
Second, okay. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
Okay, and then, so, in regards to the motion I just made, maybe we need a definition of a supplement, because from my understanding, a supplement, and this is also, coming from federal regulations and whatnot, a supplement to a salary is like, let's say so-and-so gets paid $20 an hour to work on this grant, but they're bringing in another grant, then we're gonna pay them $90 but then to equal that $20 to work on this other grant as well. We can get really, really technical on this and break it down to how many, hours and minutes are we specifically working on that grant and pay them out of that grant. Or we can just leave it as is, however, we do need, we need something in our finance and also for our personnel manual to address exactly what a supplement is. So I'll make that motion for a legal opinion. And maybe, Mr. Ledoux can get up and explain exactly what a supplement is on a 638 level and, all that other good stuff, because we do need to hear it.
Just keep in mind that a lot of times when these grants come through this body, they do include this information in their grant submittal. So you yourself would be able to police that, because when you're approving of these grants, this information is included in there. So any grants from any time within this year, last year, past years, grants that are currently in place were approved by this body. So this body approved of any supplement people are getting through a grant application. So in the future, you guys just need to pay attention.
we don't, like Todd said, we don't get to see what's attached to these petition resolutions. It's just a petition resolution with so many pages for 5 signatures of whatever. And then to get 11 signatures and they call it good. But we don't ever, we have so many we haven't ratified.
I got you, Tilly. Yeah, well, what I'm explaining, Tammy, is that when these grants originally come to this body, the supplement is included in there at that point in time. But any that comes through as a petition resolution should have all documentation attached to it. So we need to make sure that happens in the future, but the motion that was made to amend Mike's is gonna resolve that.
A lot of the question too needs to be asked. So.
Yeah. Totes.
So, Madam Chair, on these resolutions, when they come through and like something.
And in their grant submittal,
Right now.
so you yourself would be able to police that, because when you're approving of these grants, this information is included in there. So any grants from any time
That are under you.
within this year, last year, past years,
I really feel that.
grants that are currently in place were approved by this body. So this body approved of any supplement people are getting through a grant application. So in the future, they just need to pay attention.
We don't, like Todd said, we don't get to see what's attached to these petition resolutions. It's just a petition resolution with so many pages for 5 signatures of whatever. And then to get 11 signatures and they call it good. But we will never, we have so many we haven't ratified.
Yeah, well, what I'm explaining, Tammy, is that when these grants originally come to this body, the supplement is included in there at that point in time. But any that comes through as a petition resolution should have all documentation attached to it. So we need to make sure that happens in the future, but the motion that was made to amend Mike's is gonna resolve that.
The question too. Yeah.
Yeah. Totes.
So, Madam Chair,
I'd like to make a recommendation that,
on these resolutions, when they come through and like something.
and in their grant submittal,
Right now.
so you yourself will be able to police that.
Okay, all right.
Michelle and Emily and Maya.
So I've also been made aware that some of the supplements are being given after the whole year has been done. So they're getting supplements backdated. So it's not even included in the resolution. They're getting it after the fact. So where's the resolution saying that they can backdate these supplements?
Emily and Lila.
Thank you. I was wondering if I could ask my question earlier, that I was trying to ask earlier about what we approved in the resolution. And the reason why I'm asking is because last year, there was a similar discussion as usual about council bonuses. And when we approved the council, the budgets with council agenda, or council budgets, it was stated that there was 2 $500 bonuses listed for council administration, and that we didn't have to have any other action from this body, that it would just follow through like the policies and procedures for employees. But because of what happened this last time, where it got brought to this body and that didn't happen that way, and all of the confusion, I would just like to clarify right now from the beginning of the budget, did we budget for a $500 bonus or not? And if we are, I'd like us to all be aware of that, to know that we did or did not, so that later, whenever bonuses come up, it's not a blindsided or discussion.
Link, can you answer her?
Yeah. The budget that been proposed includes bonuses.
2 $500? Thank you.
Lila.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
But no supplements.
I want to bring up some pertinent stuff about our employees. I'm getting messages and it's not good. We gotta have some good discussion because we're talking about money. We're not talking about their performance. And some of these programs, we rely on them. We need them, and they do the job. and away from here, when something happens in our communities, we call on these programs and they're there. Some of these people do earn what they say they have. And it's getting to the point that, you know, it's harassing. To me, I want our people to improve and I want our services to improve. But how can they when we treat people like this? If we don't like somebody or don't like something, it comes here, and that's not how it should be. We make everybody else pay for something that somebody, one person did. And if they didn't like their job, they wouldn't be here for the years of service they put in. And some of this, it doesn't look good right now. I'll just tell you guys that. Give us some time to talk about these things and put things together and we can make motions here and do this, but the budgets, those are getting done today. And everything else, you know, there's nobody who they can go to sometimes. And they don't even want to ask. People don't want to come to us and ask us for help because we do things like this. But our employees, some of them, a majority of them have served Rosebud Sioux tribe for many years. And matter of fact, we're going to honor somebody today. And let's look at the performance of the programs. If it means, you know, we, you know, have meetings with them, fine. But that is an administrative issue. Employees is an administrative issue. We're legislators. Yeah, we hear things, but when it comes to employment, those things can go to personnel, and we actually are working on the handbook, and that's where we need our input. We need to put this stuff in the handbook because those handbooks they're not clarifying nothing. That's why we're in this chaos. So we have to get busy on that handbook and get it going and need the input of the programs and the directors because it's not clarifying those things for them. So, you know, with that handbook not being done, you know, it's like, well, which one we're using, which one we're going to do, they're confused too. But, you know, let's slow down and let's look at the programs for the jobs that they do. And let's look at everything. Maybe they need help, maybe they're good, maybe some of the program needs help. There's a word called collaboration. Working together. Okeechobee. Work together. If one program is weak, let's have this other one who's doing good help them somehow. These times are going to be rough, and it's coming. But we're not collaborating. We're not we're not working together. We have so much division. It does not look good for our people. We're here to take care of things, and we're here to help. And it seems like we're losing focus of what we are as a tribe. We're going to need to depend on each other in the next year and the year after. These hard times are coming, and we all know that. So I just want us to, you know, let's kind of talk about these things. If we have to go off air, I don't know how we're going to do it, but we really need to discuss these things because programs, if somebody's doing their job, they shouldn't be punished, basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Lau. Oh, you had a question.
I'm going to wait, Madam Chair, until after this honoring because it's noon and, you know, we're supposed to get on with that. So it's important that we do that.
We'll take about a 10-minute recess. I've got to go see if the station's ready and if they're coming. Not we can I'm only here to do.
You wanna go down? Okay.
No, I understand.
Because last time it actually.
Right, yeah.
There's always there. It's all based on ownership. Before the house.
Big giant one.
I like it.
I thought about the end, but it was like.
Yeah, it was good, it was good. I wonder if they got their,
No,
yeah. Yeah, I'm supposed to be here. I know. I watched that too. I know.
Like, typically, so I talk about that one. Shout out to Quinn.
At the end, when you end up,
Yeah.
yeah, it was fire.
Loki.
Yeah.
Loki, the movie was scary though, because it was like, I thought it was really scary. Like, I kind of like, when I was like sitting there tweeting into it, I was like, this is kind of sick. Like, I don't know, I
I didn't get a chance to see a football game. So they took that off for about a good 2 weeks. I got 4 more today. Oh, they're talking about a budget. Well, we just get
Yeah, it's on its way now.
This is the original.
Is that a Rosebud? There's something for that woody Oh, they're like sweet.
Well, they're included there.
Hey.
Are they dead or what?
You're good now.
All right. Just bought it.
Yeah. And then we'll just put it on the air. No, she's really smart.
So.
Liana, Liana.
Yeah. Let's go.
Kind of. We've been putting a lot more regular here.
Council, Orlando and the staff from Veterans Affairs are here. So we're gonna officially recess while they do their, meal. They're gonna come in and we're gonna read the proclamation, or Russell's gonna read it. Oh, where's Russell?
I'll get him, but can you do it on the air?
Yeah, we'll be on the air. Stay on the air, Kelly. Yeah, he's coming in. We should get a chair for him up here.
How are you?
Yeah, I was gonna get a copy of this. Have you not light with him?
Yes.
Is there a chair over there?
You're sitting right up front, buddy. Hi.
I have a chest on my head.
All right, sounds good. How are you doing?
Try out there.
Yeah. What? Are you guys behaving yourself? Yeah, remember, don't talk too loud. Oh, yeah, I mean, tampoco, lo escuchó como truco, pero me ayuda a cantar bastante, music, pero. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to, share a few words. I wanted to do an honoring. Today was, a day that we're gonna honor our new secretary and our new treasurer. But
we also wanted to do an honoring for Orlando Morrison. He wants to retire. We didn't want him to retire, but he said he's still got a herd to take care of, so I want to spend some time doing it. But anyway, I want to read the proclamation. And, you know, we want to, I think, is Willie Kendall here? Or is he, well, anyway, I'm going to read the executive proclamation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe appreciate the opportunity to recognize the achievements of its tribal members, and whereas it's a privilege, again, to honor Orlando Morrison Sr., who is an enrolled member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, born the fourth and the oldest of 12 children. Whereas Orlando Morrison Sr. was raised in Black Pipe community where he attended elementary, junior high. And whereas Orlando was a student of the Rosebud boarding school attending Cotton County High School, where he graduated in May of 1968. Whereas many of our young men and women joined the military of the United States, making Native American the highest number of our people in the military of any ethnic group in the United States. Whereas Orlando joined the United States Army on June 26, 1968, assigned to the 173rd Airborne Brigade, Vietnam, known as Sky Soldier Paratroopers. The first U.S. Army ground combat unit committed to the war. In November of 1967, during some of the most brutal fighting of the war, the paratroopers captured Hill 7-5 on Thanksgiving Day, winning the Presidential Unit Citation for bravery in action. After more than 6 years on the battlefield, the brigade was withdrawn from Vietnam in August of 1971. During the combat service, they suffered 1,606 killed in action and 8,435 wounded in action. 12 paratroopers won the Medal of Honor for conspicuous bravery in battle. Orlando was honorably discharged on June 25, 1971. Whereas Orlando joined the workforce of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe on July 25, 1977, working in various departments, writing grants, performing administrative duties at the present, working directly with the veterans and military service of men and women as director of the Veteran Affairs Program. Whereas Orlando has served as a public servant for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for 32 years. Now therefore it be resolved that Kathleen Woodknife, President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, hereby declare with the utmost gratitude for the people of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the dedication and service of its veteran member, Orlando Morrison Sr., and further affirms the day of April 6th as Orlando Morrison Day, established and decreed by former President William Kendall on April 6, 2016. In witness here, I hereby cause a fix the seal of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, my signature, as President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Date 24th day of September 2025. Kathleen Woodknife, President of Rosebud. So what we wanted to do was honor him, and we have our Black Pipe community representative, who's a grandson of mine and Orlando's, and we wanted to present him with a gift on behalf of the family. And I think we also have, okay, now we have also an honoring and a gift from the Veteran Office. The staff would like to present him with a star quilt. Let's hear Lily from the Veteran Service Office. I was at a meeting last week, and there were some Oglala women that took first place in the Lily contest, so you guys better start that. We also have another gift that we want to present him.
Put another chair there to.
Not one program can meet goals or accomplishments without the help of other programs, and we call that collaboration. Really a powerful word, and really good for team building and just bringing people together. And ultimately, you get to provide people with services or an activity, and at the end of the day, it just makes people feel good. So the Veterans Program, under the direction of Orlando for many years, has graciously allowed us to work with them in collaboration with many activities, especially the stand-downs. Our value and respect for veterans is very high. And we do what we can to show them how much we respect them and make a day special for them. And his office kind of reflects that. So this gift came from the adult program, the treatment program, Orlando, for you. These gifts. And then this other one came from the Dakota Nagio. The girls were here, but they had to do something, that have an activity at Dakota. So they were unable to be. But, their collaboration was something higher, something historical, that the Veterans Program, under the direction of Orlando, has made it possible. And that is bringing back relatives who have been buried at Carlisle for the past 140-some years. To bring them back and bury them out to the, some buried at the tribal cemetery. I think their parents, especially their fathers, who were veterans. Back then, they weren't called veterans. They were called warriors.
Oh.
Back in the day. They fought. The last war they fought, they won. And so I'm sure that when we brought their children, their children, relatives home, I'm sure they were very happy. And then to think that the veterans opened up their cemetery for them, I'm sure they were very happy about that. So, and Orlando made that possible. So the kids want to say thank you to you. And they give you this gift. I also want to thank Troy and Billy used to work for him. Just so many of you, and just I don't know how many years he worked.
32.
32 years. Thank you. Deserve a Medal of Honor.
We also like to, on behalf of our president's office, president and staff, they wanted to also gift you a gift, Louis.
No, we're gonna make you hot, but for all that you've done for the people and our veterans, thank you.
I know you're a man of few words unless you're alone with me, but you want to say anything?
It's quite a ride. Actually, the first time I worked for the tribe was when I came back into the area in 1974. And of course, those were the days that politics was really bad. I got hired. 2 months later, I got fired. Back in those days, when a new chairperson got in, just about everybody had to go. Yeah, so that's how I was introduced into tribal politics. So since then, it's been a great ride. We've had some great tribal chairmen. Of course, that guy come on. We can always share the fact that we have the first female tribal chair. Even before then, we have the first female vice chair. So, I always thought of Rosebud as a trendsetter, pacesetter, what have you. Or number one. And of course, everything I said, we kind of look towards that. Man, the directors, now there's so many of them. A lot of them are gone. Probably the council reps. They've all been good people so many years. I'm grateful for that. Of course, I'm grateful for my crew. Of course, they blame me for them gaining weight, but anyway, so I thank everybody here. What about Monday?
We have some visitors and they introduced themselves to me, but I'd like to bring forward here. One is from the Veterans Office, the other one is Department of Veterans.
Yeah,
There.
I'm Kevin Swanson. I'm a field service officer with the South Florida Department of Veterans Affairs. I got to Orlando in 2012 when I first started. I heard he's retiring then, so. That's kind of an ongoing thing for us. That is, and I've covered this area for most of the time I've been with the state as far as veteran service. I just celebrated my 25th year with the state, so. But, 13 years of them have been coming down here, and I cover right now 5 reservations and 20 counties. So I always try to make it an effort to get down here once and see Orlando and whoever he has working for him. So, but yeah, we're proud that he's gonna retire on a good note.
Thank you. Did they serve you some fresh donuts ever?
I always got here a little late. That they have gone before I got here. This is Angela's son. I'm sorry, Bates.
Hi, I'm Angela Bates. I work for the Department of Veterans Affairs. I met Orlando about the same time he did, but I was a lot younger at the time. I was practically a little kid. But he was one of the few people that would take me under his wing whenever I had questions, whenever I needed advice or knowledge. He was always willing to speak more than he normally does. And throughout the years, I now work for the VA, so he met me shortly after I'd gotten out of the military. And so now working for the VA, I also cover about the same that Kevin does. But then he's got a great team that works for him, and they've been phenomenal. He's always been great. He's always willing to help that veteran. No matter the circumstances, no matter the family, he was always willing to be there for him. So I'm happy that you get to retire. I'm sad that you get to retire because we're definitely going to miss you. But I'm glad you have to move on to that next chapter to do something you enjoy.
Well, we thank you for that, and, you know, when we do these kind of things, and you as leader sitting here, it's always good to honor your own. And you're following the virtues of your relatives, our ancestors. And today it's, Wawoyoniha, meaning we're honoring someone from our Jewish by our incompetent nation. So when you read that virtues up there, there's a lot of it that applies to what you guys are doing here today. It's like to honor. And I hope you guys follow the creed that the virtues that our people gave us. Try to live by them. And I thank you guys for that. And I guess we're going to save last for Kathy to say a few words, and the Vice President, and the newly elected Secretary, and the Treasurer.
You can't see me back here, but I'm behind you. I just want to thank you for all your years of service. I had the opportunity to work with you years ago when we first brought the Veteran Cemetery here. And we had a lot of happiness when that was happening because everyone always had to travel to Sturgis, but to have our own, it was something that made us really proud. You put a lot of time in here and it's been appreciated, and I want to thank you and encourage you to enjoy your retirement. Do some things that you've been wanting to do. Go travel the world. But I just want to say, Wopila, Orlando, and I'll come down and I'm going to give you a hug. Give you a hug and thank you for everything.
I just want to say thank you to, I know my grandfather, Charles Whitepipe Sr., was a Lakota Code Talker, and I really respect everything that you did for all the Lakota Code Talkers throughout their time here and bringing recognition to them. And for all veterans, you have been there to help every veteran that comes back and assist them in any way. And I really appreciate you for that. And I've known you since I was little, since you worked with my dad, so I've always had a lot of respect for you. Enjoy retirement, and I appreciate your years of service with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
And since you live close to Dallas, well, I'll meet there one day.
Hi, Orlando. I worked with Orlando for about a year in the past, and I've seen firsthand all the good work he does how hard he works for the veterans and everything that they do, him and his crew and everything. And I just want to say I appreciate the time with you. Thank you for everything that you've done for all the veterans, even the families of the deceased veterans that you guys serve that seem to be forgotten sometimes. And thank you for your service to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Hey, and I just want to thank you for all that you've done for all of us. You've been here for not only the veterans, but for all of us, advice, friendship, everything. And
Yeah.
I'm sad that you're going, but I'm happy that you're going to retire. Hopefully you enjoy yourself, and maybe you and I can go out and start playing some golf or fishing. Whatever. I won't be too far behind you, even though I'm 20 years younger than you. But I just want to tell you that I really appreciate all that you've done for us. I hope you enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Did you plan?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Have, Royal do an honoring song?
They want to lee after you get done. Start practicing now. They want to beat those laws in their lee. Even though we're part of the law then. Thank you. Take me up on it. I know. Okay.
They said all the monkeys come to the chamber.
I know. You got it. Yeah. Great, thank you. Hopefully. And I said, you're smiling. Oh, Wopila, thank you. All the gifts that Orlando received, I'm gonna make an offer. Anyway, they prepared a meal out here in the hallway, and they want to feed you, so you might as well take a lunch break at 12:37. So I'm gonna say a prayer, or with the spirit plate. We always need to acknowledge that our relatives who went before us. Always remember them in a good way and reach out to them when we're in need. And we give them a little bit of something back, and that's the food that we're going to partake. And so I want to thank the president, staff, administration, and council for allowing us to come here and honor Orlando. He deserves that. He's a combat veteran. And that's kind of really in a hard place. But luckily he's back. He came back and did a lot of work for our tribe. And so I'm really thankful for that. Back in the day when he first came back, boy, he was slim, trim, and a fighting machine. I don't know about now. What he got? He's got a soggy. You better watch out for that, man. Anyway, I want to say a prayer. Voy a jugar a country. Vos taku yo machia tayanti ko betu ale voyo ni ho we trumpo bi. Oy kan hawa wana. Oya wo shi wana ekigna. Aya tokata ke ya taku I trun chiko ho hena listan. Ya he trum se hoyo ni chapi. ela pete que vai assim tudo já é o que lá que o chato no William listen to we spoke out o hinder que na o glóni é um little wobby da heta como nem da na we trofa que aqui no soleado o nível soleado diz na o carro para olha hena voi para outra heta é voi te glóni já tão café Zani que é a reconstrução que traz pelo é peto que é que é o que lá aqui na bocata que é que não o chozani que lá oi te lá na que tá que o nicho que estão o que está Zani é oi o que peto que é mas o me tá tu é olha
Before council, before you go out to get in line, just real quick, this young gentleman, where did Royal go? You want to introduce him?
Ela, os caras que o tal lela na coque ok na wakaja que wakaja que kokata tá ia cha lena ok cha le taco Kalo na yak pazo na hekta kya iwoglak china le uchichla na ku hem isa takia chin otebala le iwoglak chike at this time the council helped some students I don't know if you remember back in the fall Lena Dako Church Troy Blake had TFA organized he worked for Teachers for America and he helps students. So the council helped them. He wants to address the council if you have a few minutes. Otebala, Dako, yeah, that's right.
Hamna Piapi, Troy Blake Machapi, Seattle, Washington, Amataha, in our mission, LFP. Thank you all for this time. It'll take just 5 minutes. I know we all want to be. But yes, as Roy was explaining, I work with higher education with an organization called the Rosebud Scholarship Fund. As part of professional development for some of our scholars in May, we took 30 students on a trip to New Zealand with Lydia Yellowhawk as a chaperone with me. And Amanda is one of these students. So actually she asked to get the class really soon, so I'll let her speak. But I wanted to give you a success we could today, just to say a heartfelt welcome out to all of you, because truly without your support, it wouldn't have happened. So Amanda's here to introduce herself and say 3 things that she learned from the Maori people over in New Zealand. And if you don't know about the Maori people, like we are all Dakota, and over in New Zealand, people are generally Maori. So Amanda's here to share her reflections on what she learned and what you as a council may or may not be able to apply. So Amanda, go ahead and take it over.
Hamatakiapi, Amanda Ominupa Machiapi, Sto. Chitongu Lakota Matahan, Naleham, Soso Wakbala Ewati.
1 second, Amanda, no volume.
And she'll have to turn it up.
Can you turn it up, Amanda, on your? No.
Don't, who's in there? Can you get the volume up? She's in school, so that's why I asked if we could do it real quick, because she can't do it later today.
Hey, testing.
But have her try it again.
Try it again, Amanda. Did she hear you?
Hello?
Is it working, Amanda?
I think so.
You want to call her and let her know that?
Yeah, can I do speakerphone?
at 11:40. Oh, I mean, sorry, 1:40.
Madam Chair? I had a request by a community member that wanted to address council for 3 minutes.
Okay. If it's okay with the council, we'll have Phil address us while Wayne's putting out budgets.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Council. I'd just like to make an announcement about a meeting that's coming up on October 10th here at Annex Building concerning historic Blue Water Creek Massacre items on Woyu return. Oh, by the way, I'm Tokea Wiana, first to run towards the sun. Phil Little Thunder and I have some handouts here that I'll pass out concerning what just happened. All this stuff is back at Ash Hollow Museum right now. So just want to. Invite anybody or anyone that's interested, or family members, or
What day was that meeting? October 10th.
Yeah.
What time?
9 a.m.
At the
Annex, right here.
Thank you.
There you know.
As soon as Phil's done with his little speech here, Emily has to put up for him.
First page.
You say this one, no place is different.
Thank you, Council and Madam Chair and officers, for giving me this time to make this announcement for the meeting, and these are our ancestors that.
Gee, what?
There's 69 items that are sitting over there. And so far, the Earnshell family and Spotted family are in attendance. So, and just wanna ask the tribe and the relatives of what we should do, or what suggestions, or anything to do with these items. They're sacred items, so right now they're being held over at Ash Hollow State Park, north of Iowa, Nebraska, by a little town called Iowa, Nebraska. It's a state-approved museum. And the reason they're over there and not over here is because we feel that that's where they were taken from when that massacre happened. They were taken out east. So now they're being returned there. But in the meantime, some family members want to bring all that stuff back here. But there's no proper building or place or museum to put them. We've already considered St. Francis Gateway Museum for the Heritage Center and SDU. But they can't overcrowd it, and some of this stuff needs to be in a climate controlled building. So to have the family decide what should be done with them, either to be burned or to be held in a museum, or just give it back to the family members. This needs to be all decided as consensus, as a group. No one person can decide, all the stuff. And they're sacred items, so we want the whole, the people to take involved in this. Information on that too. So I want to thank you.
So at that meeting, then that'll be when everybody decides the proper housing.
And these stuff that are at Ash Hollow, they're being held there for a year because I signed a contract with them. That insurance is paid for too. Insured over there. But once they bring it back to here, you or somebody else has to come up with their own insurance for where they're going to store them. So that's the agreement that we made. So we have to get them out of Washington right away because of stuff going on. They're closing down the museums and all that stuff, so. We didn't put it out there very much that we were transporting and stuff. We're over there now and just wanted to let the public know about that and, you know, have your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we have a few more budgets to go through. Passed out to you is indirect cost account. There's 3 pages to it. First one is expenses, second page is the revenue, the third page is an explanation of other expenses and expense budget. Just a little explanation of indirect cost. This year, first year that the tribe was on what's called a 15% minimus rate. In the past, we always had to negotiate. We always had to negotiate a rate annually with the Department of Interior. And that rate was always based upon a base being just the salaries finish. But the federal government increased the de minimis rate from 10% to 15%. So we elected to do the 15% de minimis rate, which does a couple of things. One is we no longer have to negotiate a rate every year. We no longer have to wait for all of our entities to have the audits done before we negotiate a rate. Our rate is to be automatically 15% every year. And the rate now, instead of being applied just to salaries and fringe, it's applied to so we'll do the same thing as we did with the general account. If we go to the second page, where it talks about revenue.
Do you have a second page?
Yeah, let's have them here. Let's have them.
What does it look like?
Second page. Yeah. Yeah, must not be you guys one.
One is it, the little one?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You want to get
It was in the original packet and then we had to replace the top page.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah. Give me copies of them.
Okay.
Anyway, the second page where it talks about the revenue, that top line, that for 2025 we received $4.9 million. What we projected, we actually collected $5,455,000. That first line, that 4.9 million, is what we projected, utilizing our low rate. But when we acted our new rate, that's when we actually collected 5.4 million. We did our calculations for this next year based upon all of our projected income. So we're projected to collect $6,850,737 in indirect cost from all the programs. From the general account to pay for the programs that we administer under general account, the general account appropriated $1,500,000. So our total revenue projected for 2026 is $8,350,737. That's how much we're projected to receive
from indirect costs. And I'm sure you all have received concerns about indirect costs not always having money. And it's because we can only collect indirect costs as we spend money. And our projections are based upon the whole year. So on an average of 1/12 is what our projections are on. But our programs don't always spend money equally. One month you might spend 10,000, next month you might spend 500,000. So those months that they spend only 10,000, then the cash flow is short. So that's why you always get these concerns about indirect costs not having money. However, we're anticipating that we're going to get a big back payment from Bureau of Indian Affairs for 2023. In fiscal year 23, we did not receive any indirect costs from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I talked to them week before last, and it's in central office, and they're anticipating giving us that back payment maybe the end of October, 1st of November. Once we get that, then we can put that into our account, and we can have cash for a cash flow cushion. So we're very hopeful that that's going to happen, and it will really help our cash flow situation. Wait. Yeah. For the new people, you might explain the calculus behind the 1 million that general fund has to contribute to the pool. How did you arrive at that number? Our indirect costs we have to collect on all programs that we administer, including those from general account. So that $14 million budget that you just passed, all those programs that we administer on there, we have to collect our indirect costs from those programs. So that's what this is for. So in that case, the 15% gets applied to those programs that we administer, yeah. Okay. But there's another good thing about the de minimis rate. When we are on a negotiated rate, then every year we're audited. If we collect too much money, we have to pay back. If we don't collect enough money, we have to pay back. So we're always constantly having to pay back for over collection, under collection. Under the de minimis rate, we don't have to do that. We just collect it and we're not audited or nothing. That's just it. What happens to the carryover year after year? Does it stay in the pool? So if, for example, if we project to collect 6.8 million, but we actually collect 7 million, then that will reduce the amount of money that comes out of our general account. Because we don't have to pay it back.
Wayne, did they, give us, have a amount or do they calculate on?
With the BIA and IHS, it comes out of a different pot. Little history. No, you didn't give it back to me. You're not in there.
Oh, I didn't. Yes, I didn't hand out the single sheet. I handed out the two.
These were all together.
I just handed out those two packs you gave.
Yeah. Is it on there? Yeah, that's it. That's a single one. I know, I did.
Oh,
But I don't know what happened to the rest of these copies.
you want my copy so you can make copies for them? I'll go make some.
About 15 years ago, the tribes filed a lawsuit. It was called the Rama lawsuit. They filed it against the federal government because the federal government was not paying all the indirect costs that the tribes earned when administering these contracts. They went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the tribes so that the government has to pay what indirect costs they're entitled to. So as a result of that, the BIA and IHS no longer has a line item for indirect cost anymore. What happens is that at the end of the year, the BIA and IHS calculate how much money the tribes are entitled to for the programs they administer, and then they submit that request to Treasury, and then Treasury pays it. Well, that's good because we're collected what we're due, but we're always a year behind. Why we didn't get paid in 2023 is because during that time, they wanted to make sure that all the tribes had all their budget requests in to Treasury, so they would submit the request at one time for all the tribes. Not all the tribes got all that information until this year. So no request went to Treasury earlier this year, so that's why we didn't receive any money in 2023. So I just wanted to explain that to you so that you understand that indirect costs for IHS and BIA comes from the Treasury. It's not a budgeted line item.
Thank you, Wayne.
So for this year, business office, their budget for this year was 300,000, and we're proposing 300,000 for next year. Thank you. The council was 875 budget, 850 is what we're proposing, and the reason why there's that cut there is because the council, we budgeted money for health insurance and all that stuff, and we didn't do the health insurance, so that portion was taken out. Employee assistance program, 84,950 this year, 99 for next year. Finance office, 2,745,796 for this year, and 2,935,719 for next year. It's an increase of 189,000. And what the majority of that money is going to be used to hire consultants. As you're aware, 4 of our top personnel back there left. So now we're having to advertise, but we're putting some of our existing employees in those positions, but we're having to train them and have to get used to doing that. So we're proposing to hire Janet again. Janet is the CPA that we used to work, but hire her to come in and help with each one of those different accounts to get them training and to help them get the accounts reestablished and stuff like that. That's what the majority of that money is for, is to hire her. General operations, this year's budget was 867. We're going to increase it to 921. There's some work that you need to do in the bathroom and stuff like that, so that's why we're giving them an increase. Information technology, all what we did is went from 500,549 to 500,000. Just rounded it down. Legislative affairs, 157,650 to 173,415. Other expenses, and that's on the back here, 657 to 638. And on the very last sheet, that explains that to you, what that's used for. It's used for contractual, accountants and auditors, our telephone system, our cell phone system, our dues and subscriptions, and our software. That software is what we pay annually for our Workforce Go, our Intact, and our Martis, all the systems that we use to manage. That's what that software process every year. Personnel office, 450 this year. We're proposing to give them 475 for next year. President's office, the same, 386, 383 this year, 386, 383 next year. Secretary's office, 230,000 this year, 230,717 next year. Treasurer's office, 240 this year, 240 next year. Vice President's office, 177, 204 this year, 175 next year. For a total of 7,924,623.
Any questions? Not that, Mike, that there was a resolution that went with it.
One question, Wade. You ever find out why personnel gets that 5,000 out of general fund when they seem to have plenty of indirect?
I didn't ask.
We handed it off.
Sorry. Huh? Yeah. You don't have it?
No?
Madam Chair, I'll move for emergency legislation. Very close with it.
In second, Lila. Question to Chris, all in favor of emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 2. Motion to approve.
Okay, before we go on, I jumped ahead of myself, so general account budget should actually be 245, and indirect cost will be 246.
The motion to approve 246, Mike.
I'll move to approve 246.
I need a second, Chris. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, starting with the third whereas, Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to appropriate, for public purposes, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe available tribal council funds pursuant to Article 4, Section 1G of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the purpose of the RST ordinance number 8812 is to implement Article 4 of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to appropriate and publish efficient allocation of resources to meet tribal needs and provide public services. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance and Appropriations Committee is established pursuant to RST Ordinance Number 8007 as amended in 1995. Whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve indirect cost program-based budgets in the amount budgets for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of, and you write the number in.
It'll be $7,924,623.
Okay. Whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has also recommended that all cash awards for fiscal year 2026 be limited to a maximum of $500 cash and shall not exceed 2 awards. Whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that any changes to the cash award policy must be approved by a vote of 2/3 of the RST Tribal Council. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the indirect cost budget program for program-based budgets for fiscal year 2026, again for that amount, $7,907,000. Be it further resolved that equipment purchases in excess of $5,000 or more will be subject to RST Budget and Finance approval. And therefore, be it also resolved that the RST Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Budget and Finance Committee that all cash awards for fiscal year 2026 shall be limited to a maximum of $500 cash each and shall not exceed 2 awards, and therefore be it resolved.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Emily?
I was just wondering for consistency, if we could add that same language in those 2 places to include the wage increases and supplements as well. Thank you.
Mike, can you amend it to have that same language that we put in the last one?
I accept, yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you, Emily. Question? Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
What?
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. The next one we're gonna bring up is called federal, state, and other. On the front and the back. This has a lot of our, most of our programs, but includes a lot of our IHS and BIA, but also includes the revenue. This one is a little different than what Ken's gonna present. Ken's gonna present just the BIA. This includes a combination of other programs also. And again, council, I want the council to just tell them again that these budgets here are tentative. Whenever Congress enacts a budget, whether it's a CR or an actual budget, then the actual amounts then will be put into here. But for right now, this gives these programs authorization to spend money after September 30, based on this budget. But knowing that it's going to change when we get actual data.
Michelle, will those changes be brought back to us?
Pardon?
Will we be able to see those changes? Will they be brought back to us?
Yes.
So we approve it as the tentative, and then as it changes and becomes actual, then we'll get those updated amounts.
This is different. It's got more. Yeah.
For what amount are we actually putting in the resolution?
You're going to need something. Okay, council. We'll start from the top then. Adult corrections were proposed for 2026. They're proposing $325,000 for revenue, and they get a BI contract for $2,877,384 for a total of $3,202,384. Alcohol treatment, they get a revenue of $10,000. They have an IHS grant of $912,222. And wants to have a supplemental grant in there for $732,200 for a total of $1,654,422. Ambulance. They have a proposed revenue of $2,400,000. We have an IHS contract for $922,857, and they get $150,000 from general for a total of $3,472,857. And that general account money, that's the dialysis stuff, I believe. Childcare, they get a big grant that started this year and goes into next year's $4,469,271. Their proposed revenue is $30,000 for a total of $4,499,271. Commodity program. Their grant that they get is $854,638. Their revenue is $12,600 for a total of $867,238. CHR, they get revenue of $117,145. They have an IHS contract for $932,507 for a total of $1,049,652. Community services. Community services gets a grant of $239,742. They have revenue of $60,600. We just appropriated $1,750,000 from the general account. So the total budget proposed for 26 is $2,050,342. The court has revenue of $150,000. They have a VIA contract, standalone contract for $1,377,485 for a total of $1,527,485. Diabetes prevention, they have a grant of $1,099,424. They have revenue of $9,999 for a total budget $1,109,423. Education has a grant for $50,388. Their proposed income is $35,000. They have a VIA contract or grant for $25,617, and they were awarded $400,000 in general account for a total budget of $511,005. Elderly Nutrition, their grant is $867,238. And out of the general account, we give them $200,000. So their total budget is $1,067,238. Enrollment, their revenue is $55,000. They have a BIA contract for $66,337. General account gave them $200,000, so their total budget is $321,337. EPA, that's Ivan's program. They got a grant of $516,202, and that's the total budget, $516,202. Forestry has income of $24,500. They have a BIA contract for $348,650 for a total of $373,150. Gaming. The revenue from gaming is $696,000, and I believe that's a combination of probably a couple of years. So they have plenty of money to operate for a while. And that's the money they receive for licenses. And then the biggest license money they receive is from the casino itself. Mike?
Wayne, what is their actual budget then? Budget needs for one fiscal year?
Around 300, a little over 300,000.
Well, why are we giving them twice what if they don't need it?
This is their budget. This is what they collected last year and so far this year.
Right.
And so.
But it's twice as much as what they
Yeah,
need
so.
to fund one fiscal year, right?
Yeah. So if you remember, they were here at the last council meeting and they agreed not to charge any fees to the casino
They're gonna
license.
let us slide for a whole year then, basically?
Yes,
Well, we need to keep an eye on that and make
Yeah.
sure they do that.
right. And they agreed to do that, Mike.
Tammy?
I think we need to have Amy come down and explain what the operating license is to Mike. So that way he knows, because that is a license that needs to be paid and it's part of the IGRA and IBC and all of that. So just for clarification.
The tribal council sets those rates, so,
I know, but for clarification of why.
yeah.
Yeah.
Head Start, their grant is $7,776,750. That's their budget for next year. Health Administration, they get a grant for $2,168,828. You have revenues of $32,544. They have an IHS contract for $331,662, and they get $385,000 from the general account for $2,918,035. ICWA, you get a grant for $221,524. A BIE contract for $115,697, and they get $80,000 from the general account for a total budget of $417,221. The IT department, they have a grant for $167,504. They have revenues of $7,118, and the general account gives them $150,000. So you have a total budget of $324,622. JDC, they have revenues of $110,000. You have a contract with BIA for $2,189,941 for a total budget of $2,299,941. AINI. They have proposed revenues of $20,462. The general account gave them $150,000, and they're going to be getting that grant for $236,000. That's not in here, but once we get that official award, we'll put it in here. But for right now, their budget is $170,462, but keep in mind, they got a grant coming. Koya, they have a grant for $183,436. They have revenues of $36,125. The tribe general account gave them $150,000, so their total budget is $369,561. Law enforcement, they have revenues of $325,608. They have a BIA contract for $3,387,926 for a total budget of $3,713,534.
Wait,
Yeah.
how does law enforcement have a revenue account?
Good question. I'm trying to think. I'm not sure, Mike.
It does seem kind of odd, doesn't it?
Yeah, but they
You
do
know,
have.
it sounds like they're in business of some kind.
No, they do get revenues. I'm not sure what it's for, but they do get revenues.
JD's adult corrections earns
Maybe-
revenue from housing federal prisoners and stuff, you know, but
Oh,
makes sense.
it's contracts they have with the school districts to provide officers.
Ah, okay, so that count, all right, so between the two schools, they get reimbursed for
Right.
that amount, okay, cool.
So there's no grant showing, so that means that they did not do the highway safety grant?
I don't see it in there. Did you know, Ken? Did they renew the highway safety grant?
I know that it hasn't, they were thinking of not applying for it, so it wasn't due yet, so it does become awarded if we put in here, or if it isn't applied for, then it's not.
I don't know if it's been applied for or not. I can't tell you, Michelle.
Okay, well, I just want to state that it's up to council whether or not they apply for it, and I've heard back that they weren't going to apply for it, but it is needed, so maybe we can have a discussion on that as well, if there's still time to apply for it. So I thought the deadline was September, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
But it is a needed grant.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Michelle. I'll find out though. Leah, they got a grant of $1,331,925. And it doesn't show here the 400,000 at the general
I think
account.
it's down the president's office, or it's in the wrong place.
So that Leah's grant is $1,331,925, but we have to add the 400,000 that we just gave them out of general account. Motor fuel, that's 900,000 is their share of the projected tax for a total budget of 900,000. Natural resources, they have income of $565,154. That's the license sales. They have a contract for BIA for $305,361 for a total budget of $870,515. President's Office, NAHA, $4,000 in revenue. They have a general account, $400,000, and indirect, $386 for $790, $383. Resco, that's the energy company that's doing the solar generation plant. You got a grant of $928,654. You have a 638 contract for 400. No contracts, but for a total budget of $8,622,537. Road Department, You have a grant for 928,654, a BIA contract for 419, for a total of 1,341,73. I believe that 928,000 comes from MAP 21's money, right? The road maintenance is entitled to a percentage of the construction dollars we get, and that's what that is for. Rural Water Systems, we have a grant of $2,006,785. We have revenue of $505,974 for a total budget of $2,512,759. Sichongu Land Office, we have revenues of $4,100, and we have a general account budget of $400,000 for a total of $404,100. Sichongu Resource Development has revenues of $35,000. We have a BI contract for $436,723 for a total budget of $471,723. SNATP has a grant of $308,107. Now, this isn't all. I'm not sure why SNATP isn't always all on here, but they're, I think their total budget is over $2 million. I'm not sure why it's not on here. Yeah.
With SNETP, what grant did they receive?
We have about four different grants.
They participate in the 477 program, which is a number of other federal programs that are provided.
Okay, so the 477 program, which like the GA, right?
There's three, yeah, the GA is from the BIA.
Okay, because we have SVRP. Tribal Council approves these budgets. Tribal Council is supposed to, anytime a program is converted under another program, we're supposed to be made aware of that. That has happened. We're not made aware of that. That program was a standalone program. It should have been left that way, or we should have been completed on this one on. We weren't. I remember when SNETP brought transportation to this floor back in 2019, and a resolution was approved at that time to put transportation under SNETP. Later, that same resolution was rescinded. And because there's other grants, there's other issues as to why SNETP couldn't absorb the transportation grant. And at that time, the way it was presented to council, all those 7 or 12 steps in that grant to bring in another grant under them, and the whole program, I should say, wasn't followed. So before we start rearranging our programs, we really need to consider, is it workable? Is it doable? Is it even legal? Has it been approved by this body? Because it does affect the funding. And so those are my questions, because we put a lot of programs under different programs without even consideration of what could happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's not my decision, so that's administration, you guys' decisions, I don't.
Okay, we need to bring that on the agenda for the next meeting.
It'll come to the agenda. It'll come but through a resolution, and I can't discuss it because it's been under investigation. There was some mismanagement of funds. It's been corrected and has saved this, a corrective action plan has saved this tribe some funding that would have had been paid back. So once the Department of Education finishes with what they're working on, it'll come through a resolution, but it was an administrative decision because of the findings.
Okay, so that grant is an education grant then?
Yes, it is.
Then we can put that under Cindy.
No, it's a job training program, so it's I can't go into detail because the attorney's still looking at it.
Which attorney?
can't think of his name. Xavier is looking at it because he works with the Department of Education. It's something I can't really discuss on the floor. I'm giving you this much explanation now because you're asking, but because it's still under investigation, I can't go into detail because we're on here.
Okay. When we do get to that point though, can we get with Cindy and see if that is something that maybe she can oversee because she does?
Cindy was already offered it and she didn't want it because it's a job training program. So when the time is right and I can fully discuss it, you will all be aware of exactly what took place with the program.
I just had a question. On the 300,000 versus 2 million, do we need to add that for the budgets to then be accurate, or how do we address that variation on that one?
It should be added, but I don't have the figures in front of me. So for right now, they're authorized to start spending money, but I need to add this in there.
Okay, because that's a big difference between what their overall budget is and then they'll only be authorized for this 300,000. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, this year, at least authorizing to spend money, but it's added in there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Same with the Liat too.
Yeah.
Liat's not on there.
Yeah, there's 400,000 for the up to.
I was gonna wait till he was all done and then bring it to his attention.
Techro. You get a grant of 32,000. General account gives them 320,000, so total budget 352,000. Help. 158,000 proposed revenue. I mean, it's usually a lot more than that. I think that we give 600,000 to the general account, so it's a lot more than that, but that's just to give them authorization to have a budget. THPO, they have a grant of 131,352. They have income of 10,000. They have a contract of 158,716. A total of 300,248. And again, that's something you guys are going to have to look at in the future because they don't seem to do very well with the amount of money they're getting. They're always short. They're always running short. So just throwing it out for those of you that deal with the THPO, they're always in trouble, money-wise. Transportation, 3,884,417 grant. And that's what the budget is, 3,884,417.
Wait, I got a quick question. How many, grants do they have?
Grants? You're talking about John Charles?
Transportation?
That's John Charles you're talking, right?
Transit.
Yeah.
Is that who we're talking about right here?
Yeah. I think that the majority of this money is a grant that he got for a new building. And
They still get the state grant?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and transport, and I don't know why it's not on here, but transportation also gets income. I mean, they generate a.
Yeah, the revenue's not on there and state grants are on there. Yeah.
This is a federal, state, and
Yeah,
other, so
these are
maybe
all
they're all
grants.
combined into that one number.
Yeah, and they're not on here, and that's why she's bringing it up. I don't know why they're not on here.
Where would the revenue show up on this table, like under general? Or where's it?
Where the second line item was got proposed revenue. So TUC proposed revenue 209,724, and that's all they get. And does all the council know where that money comes from? Do you have any questions on how they're funded?
On the TUC one?
Yeah. Not, I mean,
Is that what you talked about earlier about the percentages of the credit?
yeah, the tribe gets an annual allocation from the Missouri River Dam, 2.5 megawatts. And for years, we weren't getting compensated, but in 1999, the government was sued and said that we had to be compensated. So as a form of compensation, they come up with this bill crediting system. So what happens is our utility companies get a credit that's equal to the $2.5 million on 2.5 megawatts of electricity. So what Rosebud does is he took 80% of that and give that to the individuals. So like all your individuals, you're going to see every month on your statement from these utility companies, $5 credit, $15 credit, some of them might be as high as $40 or $50 a month. That's what this is it's a credit for the tribe's allocation. 20% of the allocation, the tribe worked out a mechanism where they would give those credits to a business, like the schools and IHS and like the college. All of these get those credits that were assigned by the tribe. But in order for the tribe to receive the income, the tribe then asks for 75% of that back. So it's a benefit to the program because they get 25% of their light bill paid, but the tribe gets 25% of that back. And that's what they use to fund TUC. A lot of tribal programs weren't paying it, so I told the TUC that those programs that don't want to pay it, and then give them a chance to pay it. If they don't, then offer it to somebody else. So, I mean, that's 25% of your light bill being paid free, so I don't know why they wouldn't take it. As a some of the programs want their whole light bill to be paid free.
I have a question.
Okay.
So this total amount here at the end, that's that department's total budget for the whole year? Like there's no other pots that could potentially be adding to any of these? The reason I'm asking is because like, I don't know, the TIPO one, for example, or maybe even a couple of the other ones that seem kind of low for the amount of staff and the amount of, scope that they have, don't seem like we're valuing that very much, and especially like education. I mean, TIPO, there was a few other ones that stood out, and if we're able to put like, $800,000 into one of our officers' offices that has a lot less staff and a lot less scope, I just was wondering what the thought process, I guess, for approving those numbers.
With the exception of a couple of those programs that I mentioned that all the income isn't on here, the rest of them they are, and THPO is one of them I told you to keep an eye out for because they're always running out of money. In years past, they used to have a huge income, huge. They used to have $300,000 or $400,000 in their income. So I don't know what happened, what changed, why they don't get that income anymore. But 10,000 is just a drop in the bucket at what they used to get.
So do you have that budget in front of you? Like how many staff does that even cover? Because I know at one time we had amazing groups of people that are trained and that did this great work for us. And I just can't see how we can continue to do that on a budget of 300,000.
Yeah.
And then that's not even talking about the housing. I mean, they're not the housing, but their office space or potential growth for any of these things that we're talking about. And I don't know, I just think that's pretty alarming.
That's why I brought it up, and I don't have it in front of me, Emily, but every my treasury report every month, I send those out, so they have a.
Let you know somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I
They depend a lot on federal money grants and stuff, that environmental, things.
Vice President's office, they get income, a revenue of $4,000. I think most of that's in the HASDA, them and the, not the HASDA, but the NAHA. And then we get the general account 235, indirect costs 145, for a total of 384.88. Water resources, revenue of 7,000 and 638 contract for 345,196 for a total of 352,196. WIC gets a grant of 2,525,52 for a total
grant of $2,525,052. ARPA administrative construction contract, $8,158,113, for a total budget of $8,158,113. And council, that isn't really quite all of it either, because if you remember, the council also authorized me to invest some money. So we have $10 million in treasury note that's on top of this. So we actually have 18 instead of the 8. Just letting you know. Broadband, we got a grant of $44,022,206. Hopefully we'll get started construction on that shortly. I mean, we had groundbreaking, but haven't actually put any poles up yet. SVRP, we got a grant of $518,729. Total of 91 million, on a total of 100, total grants of 91,817, revenues of $8,806,035, BIA contracts of $12,047,452, IHS contracts of $3,099,248, for a total of $115,769,945. And again, council, that's, huh?
That's that 400,000?
Well, yeah, it'd be 400,000, and also on here, like I said, SNHP has at least $2 million more money. That's what's shown on here. So those are all going to have to be corrected. But this would at least give them authorization to have a budget, start to continue to spend money after the first.
116,169,000.
Yeah. And Mike, there was a resolution that went with that.
After the adjustments are made, can we see this again?
Yes.
Bring it back to us.
Yes. And again, council, I try to send out reports to you every month. I didn't this month because I've been busy, but every month.
And I think that under the police department, if we can look into that highway safety one, because I know that they did get it, but it's not on here. They
Okay.
just haven't acted on it. So
Okay.
we can look into that one too. Thank
I
you.
sure will. I don't have a copy of the resolution for federal state.
Here, do you want to read mine?
Wait, before we move on, I should have asked this question in committee, but. Oh, okay. Anyway, I'll move for emergency legislation.
Need a second, Phillips? Question? Chris, all in favor of emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Move to approve 247.
247. Need a second? Chris? Go ahead, Mike.
Starting with the fifth whereas this time. 91. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance and Appropriations Committee is established pursuant to RST Ordinance Number 8007 as amended 1995. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council appropriate, you strike that, where that preposition too, is that a preposition? No, it isn't. To approve the federal, state, and other account-based budgets for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $115,769.95. $115,769,945. Right.
Not gonna add that 400,000 in there?
We could. We could, yeah.
116, 169,945.
That's correct. Okay, and whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee also has recommended that all cash awards for fiscal year 2026 shall be limited to a maximum of $500 cash and shall not exceed 2 awards. Whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that any changes to the cash award policy must be approved by a vote of 2/3 of the RST Tribal Council. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the federal, state, and other account-based budgets for fiscal year, you got a typo there, 2026, in the amount of, again, the $116 million. Be it further resolved that the equipment purchases in excess of $5,000 or more shall be subject to the RST Budget and Finance Committee approval. Therefore, be it resolved.
And amended to include the same language as 245.
Right.
Any discussion? Todd, I need a question. Charles, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
1,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Yes, Mike?
Yeah, we had a question. I've been meaning to ask this over the years, and I just remembered. How much of a capital credits check do we get from Cherry Todd, and where does that show up?
I can't tell you right now.
You can't.
Hmm.
It could be pretty substantial.
No.
I know it's like 15 years ago, but
Mike, there was a controversy here. I'm not sure when it started, 3, 4 years ago. But Jerry Todd said that we owed him a bunch of money. I don't know, there was some meters that didn't work properly, so we owed him like, I don't know, it was a whole bunch of money. So for 3 or 4 year period of time, we didn't get any capital credits. But I think we got one this year, but I can't tell you how much it is, but it's a
I
bunch.
gotta believe we pay a lot of money to Cherry Todd for
I-
programs and whatnot every year.
It's a good check. I'll find out for you though. But for 3, 4 years, we didn't get anything because they use that
And
for
when
office.
Leah pays light bills, who gets credit for the capital credit checks on those? The homeowners?
Homeowners, I believe.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Even though it takes 10 years to get it.
Wait. I'm gonna see if the council can divert long enough to get them done.
Yeah, we can do that.
Council, can we divert from the budget so that housing can present their plans that they need to get in? It's on a deadline. They don't have to wait until we're done with everything on our agenda. Any motion? I need a motion.
Motion to divert part,
I'll
budgets on
move
the
to here.
agenda, so that, February to present.
Okay, motion by Chris, I need a second. Mike Bolts, question, Alvin. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
3.
Okay.
Just a signature.
Leon, you want to pass this out, please? Geez, just collate them and everything? Hey.
That is painful. What happened to the chair?
Yeah.
You can put a regular one there.
Grab mine.
You need a chair here?
Yeah, I'll just grab mine.
Just grab that one from the corner. No, that just to put you on the air. We don't have a microphone for the room. You just gotta use your voice.
Okay. Good afternoon, council.
Okay.
We have here in front of, handed out to you the IHP, the Indian Housing Plan for next year, 2026. This did go to the public annual meeting for review, for any comments, suggestions. We haven't actually received any from the public, so from there, we took it back to our board last Friday and got it approved as is, recommendations to council. So inside of this here is we have 9 planned activities that we're proposing. So, and I'll let Kim Thompson run through those activities with you to kind of give you a summarization of what is entails in each of those activities. After that, we can go on to the budgets. Lisa Garatano, our CFO, will go through the budgets, part of it with you guys. And after that, it's up for your approval or suggestions. So with that, we'll get Kim go start with the activities.
Okay. Want to go grab your Indian housing plan on page 6. We'll start with the first activity. First one is 2026-1, modernization of 37 Housing Act. That is the our construction, our force account. We plan on doing rehabbing 40 units. That is with our IHBG. That doesn't include all of our other grants that we have rehab contracts in. But this is just with our IHBG. We plan on rehabbing 40. The activities, the description is FY26 construction and maintenance will restore 40 1937 Act rental units to usable condition. SWA will utilize our cabinet shop to make kitchen and bathroom cabinetry for the 37 Act and the Hasla units. So I'll go through these activities, and then Lisa, when she does the budget, she'll be able to explain how much money we have towards each activity. Well, page 7 is the second activity, 2026-2, operation of 1937 Act housing. This is the department that we use to operate the whole corporation. The description is the SWA Corporation's general operational costs to include property management, professional services, and overhead costs. Up to 20 maintenance workers completing approximately 4,200 work orders for the 1937 Act low rental unit. These work orders include vehicle repairs on all SWA Corporation vehicles and our housing units, which includes Nahasda and 37 Act. Any questions on any of these activities? Okay, and, go ahead.
Kim, with your, like with your work vehicles, you guys do random testing of drugs in them? Or no?
We don't have them scheduled.
Okay, just random one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, page 9 is our fourth activity, 2026-4, SWA Housing Services. The description is SWA collaborates with the Rosebud Sioux tribe to manage and assist with the operation costs of the tribally owned homeless shelter. The RSC manages the shelter with service provided to homeless with individual and families with children. SWA funds are contributed to assist with operation costs of the facility in the amount of $25,000. The other thing we do on housing services, SWA collaborate with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Low Energy Assistance Program, REAP, to assist with funding SWA managed homes only. RSC REAP program will administer the utility assistance. We plan for 150 SWA units for FY 2026 in the amount of $200,000. Number 3, SWA in collaboration with other tribal programs will contribute $100,000 for solid waste cleanup across the reservation, an estimated $50,000 to 20 communities for the community beautification project. And those are for individual community, their beautification projects that we assist with. Oh, the hip. Oh, sure. I'm looking ahead of myself.
Yeah.
On your, funds that you contribute to the and it says, for SWA managed homes only. Do you guys get a list or at least a unit number to see how those monies are spent specifically on your guys' home?
Yeah.
Reports from them.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess we go back to page 8. I skipped the third activity, 2026 SWA HIP program, private home assistance. SWA Corporation provides oversight management over the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Housing Improvement Program 638 contract. Number 2, SWA Housing Private Homes Assistance Program is designed to assist private homeowners whose homes are in disrepair and who have no means to be able to make the repairs as needed. The repairs must be emergency in nature and will address the health and safety issues. $2,500 is provided to eligible private homeowners, and that is our private home assistance program.
Question?
Mike?
Jim, what's $2,500 per unit? Is that a federal limit thing or?
I
That's the
think,
amount you can spend on, basically anything that's gonna cost more than $2,500, you can't service, right? Is that what that means?
yes,
And who determines that? The BIA HIP program or?
No, that's not a HIP program. That's a program, developed by SWA.
Oh, okay, so this ain't the BIA HIP program.
Yeah.
This is the private home assistance. Ah,
Yeah.
okay, right. Gotcha. So, you decide the $2,500 threshold then, or not threshold, but limit.
Yeah, the board.
And realistically, how much can you do anymore with $2,500? I know you can do something, but.
Yeah, a lot of them, a lot of people need a refrigerator they can't afford to buy, some people.
So you buy appliances?
Water leaks, that can fix, small repairs mainly.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair. Just for an example, last year in 2024 in January, the heater went out, my furnace, and I applied for private homes and they were allowed to cover $2,500 of the replacement of my furnace, but I had to pay the difference. So that's kind of like how that works, but it's specifically for private homes.
Once a year?
Or how? I don't know.
It's a 10-year.
10 year?
Yeah.
10 year?
and you have to be eligible.
Stan?
Got a question on private homes. That's still going? Private home, yeah. Last night, we had an extra problem, one quick on a walking shit house. I was there from 11 to midnight. Checking it out. I guess they came down, they checked her in. So I went in there and I checked the breaker box, the breakers are all good, but the lights are bad. I mean, they flicker,
Yeah, I was wondering if you can send an electrician out there to further the solution.
If they come in and fill out the application, they're eligible, we could send somebody out.
Okay, it's for,
Too late now, are we?
my neighbor down there in Clark Creek. I'll let her know.
Emily?
There's a question from somebody in the audience, from a council member. I don't know if the council would allow them the floor or if you want to wait till there was a request for ask the council a question.
Who is it? Is any, council, do you have any objection to him asking a question? If not, go ahead. Stand with him, Emily.
Thank you for listening to me, council, and I have a hard time thinking. I don't know how to say this, but I went to a meeting and I owe you guys money. No fault of mine. There's somebody else that caused the problem, moved in, and at that time, they said, the damages move it to his delinquent, and that's what they put me on, delinquent. So they went, and since my brother was involved, he was doing it, put on delinquent. So, the deal is, I offered to pay it, so I can get back in. I'm elderly, I got arthritis, everything else. But I offered to pay it, and you guys said no. The bill was $2,000. I can pay it on my income, as I said, on payments. But you guys refused it. No, you gotta pay the $2,000 upfront cash. Who in this room has that kind of money in their pocket? Especially if you're on welfare. I'm on Social Security and SSI, and I can't pay that. And I listen to offering it. And I'm telling this council, I think it's very wrong. So I'm still asking, I want to pay that bill off, although I didn't make it. Because I want to get back into housing. I'm trying to make room for somebody else that needs my bed at the shelter. That place is kind of having it rough too. No fault with them up there. She don't let somebody in, they call somebody from the council, they get in. So she goes through that too. I understand her position. It's easy for her. That's, why do I have to pay you guys $2,000? You guys are the only ones that have $2,000. I don't. I want to pay you guys back, but I can't pay you $2,000 front. I can make payments. That's what we're all tribal members, well, supposed to take care of each other. How do you turn it into a money program, not helping its people to me? That's why I'm addressing this. I'm asking to council to let them know I want to pay that payment. Make payments now. I don't have that kind of money. Down to the Indian around, I had that kind of money. That's prejudice. I probably don't know, I don't go to people. Nobody should go through what I went through. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks?
You know, I think every community building, the chairman, chairwomen, they should pick some of those applications up and have them out in the communities, so that way you're way out in Corn Creek, you know, so those applications are available out in the communities, so that way they can fill them out and have someone bring them in to them, because it's, you know, kind of a hardship, and it's, especially for our outer communities. That's just a suggestion.
Any more questions, Dan?
Yeah, in regards to, the person that, the money that he owes to, can you sell it? Some kind of thing, so he can get some bills paid there.
Yeah, he can set it up, and it's gonna be up to the board. He's been to the board a couple times, so, there's a little bit more to the story, but can't go into it right now, so. But yeah, that's gonna be totally a board decision.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, I want to say something more. With that was kind of a personal deal when I was community chairman. She treated one of my community members, me. So when she got in my territory, as community chairman, I got on her case and I kicked her out of that. I really, so she has, how she treats people, she gets her own medicine, takes it back with her attitude in public office. I kicked her out of that meeting and she kept one of my tribal members. Just give her what she's like. So she don't like it. That's why she gets
I'm
me.
gonna send somebody out to pick you up to come and get the truck toilet.
If there's no more questions, then you can go on. Oh, Mike?
Yeah, just one more question along those lines. This was for good information. Do you have a policy of forgiveness after a certain period of time? And I've asked that because I thought I heard that you guys might do that.
That is with the 2,000, 10% forgiveness right there. Settlement offer. So it was over 20,000, so that's why it's down to 2,000.
Okay. So, but in terms of time, it's perpetual then.
Any more questions?
Okay, we're on page 10, our fifth activity, 2026-5, low-income housing tax credit subsidy. SWA currently manages 45 low-income tax credit rentals. Rental rates under the tax credit program range from $385 to $425 per month. SWA provides subsidy for partnership agreements toward eligible tenants in the tax credit program. The rental assistance is being provided to make the rental units more affordable for the participants living in the units. Page 11, our next activity is 2026-6, the cash supportive housing.
Hold on. Mike?
On the tax credit subsidy thing, when you say rental rates under the tax credit program range from $385 to $425 monthly, what does that mean exactly? Are those the rental rates? I mean, like, they begin at, the rental rates in the tax credit units begin at $385 and don't exceed $425?
Yeah.
Irrespective of income and all that stuff?
Yeah, Rose, you could probably take that, answer that question. Rose?
Those rates were set when those units, particular units became, placed in this service. And they all have different dates because there was 3 of them and we surpassed 15 years on the first one. And so at that time, that was a fair market rate, for that year. And so those rates have never changed. So if somebody's rent is $425, if they pay $225, then the subsidy of $200 will pay it.
But your income does determine whether you're eligible for a subsidy. Is that right?
No, the income doesn't.
It doesn't count at all?
It's incentive for you to pay your rent because the way they get into those units is they have to meet the income guidelines for tax credit.
And what, so there are income guidelines?
Yes, there are.
Just to qualify for the program?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there is. And they're set once a year, then HUD updates them. And they're on the HUD site and everybody follows them, for the income, family, median income. And it sets what.
Just offhand, what would they be for a family of 3, under the tax credit program?
Okay, the tax credit actually, or even income guidelines are even lower. So you have to, it's very, for the low income. So you have to make at least, I'd say you can't make any more than like 45,000. You know,
Okay.
depending on the size of your family.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
the bigger your family, the.
Yeah, the bigger your family, but
45,000 is probably kind of average then.
Yeah,
Maybe you could
yeah.
put it that way.
Have to be lower.
So one can make up to 45,000 and still be eligible to live in one of those, dwellings.
Yeah, they would be, and they're something that, because it's an IRS program, you know, the investors used, they built the houses and then they get the tax write-off, you know, once a year for building those. So we have to make sure every year that we go through do a self recertification and make sure they're still income eligible. And if they become over income, we have to move them we can't kick them out, we have to move them to another.
But theoretically, I could potentially make $50,000 a year, and if I had a family of 8, I might still qualify,
These guys are still.
just theoretically.
Yeah,
Maybe,
and the largest that, those units are up to 3 bedrooms. So. 2 and 3 bedroom.
And is there a max in terms of how big your family is, no matter how big your family is?
We have a couple of
Income,
families
that's
that have like 7 people because their family grew. Yeah, so, but, a 3 bedroom would be, I'd say probably about 4, you know, maybe 4 children with the parents, depending on their age too, whether or not they can, you know, share a bedroom, so.
Okay,
As far as the crowding goes, so.
Yeah, I get asked by people, that's why.
Yeah.
General information for it.
You just said, you know, they do their self-certification to make things change. Do you guys also often do inspections with these homes?
Yes, we do.
Oh.
We have to go at least once a month, because it's actually in the regs when they agreed on, in the contract for those units. And we have to be able to go in there to make sure, the investor sends somebody once a year. And then the year that the investor sends somebody, then the next year, the state people come and review it. So we're constantly going through reviews for those units.
Thank you.
Okay,
Oh, excuse me, my other question.
thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies, housing for coming down. It's good to see you guys. I had a community member who had an issue with the store knocking down a tree in the yard of the unit. And the occupants had called housing for help and the tree didn't get removed or whatever. And so sounds like the hubby took it upon himself to remove the tree. So he got hurt or something. But how does that work if somebody has an issue like that? Does it go to the occupancy or does it go straight over to the workers?
The tenant should call occupancy, they call the occupancy specialist.
It's better if they call us because the way we track it is we'll send an email and then if they come to us and then they gotta come back if they never show up. So, you know, maybe they got too busy, maybe they forgot or whatever, but if they let us know, hey, 2 weeks went by and nobody ever came, then we'll send that same email. This is the second request now, can you please address this? But they have to go through us so we can track it.
Okay.
And a lot of them just call.
Okay. Might kind of be after the fact, so I'll just let him know to come to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have somebody actually going to see that.
Oh, okay.
That particular unit, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you. Really quick, since we're talking about inspections and yearly inspections or whatever, your 1937 ones, are those, how many years go by before those are actually kind of walked through, inspected, and
Which ones?
your 1937 ones?
Oh, then the housing units?
Yeah.
No, 37.
37 that?
Yeah.
We go, those are in our policies to every 2 years.
So every 2 years for your
For your 37 act, okay, what about the Mahasta?
Yeah, and then if we get a request that, there's a lot of, wear and tear or something needs to be replaced, especially health and safety issue like a leak or, then we go in and we do what's called a health and safety inspection. And what we do is we go in and look for those, areas that they're, they're complaining that they have a complaint on. And we take a picture and, we document it and we send all that to maintenance and, see when they can, when they get that scheduled to be addressed.
Because, and I'm asking this not to chew anybody out, not to anything, but just to address concerns because I know when my mother was alive, Valerie, she had a lot of concerns regarding the split levels in our community. And there's quite a few of them that have really extensive mold. And I know that that's not just our community, it's other communities. And pictures were taken, they were sent to housing, I don't know, whatever came up with that, but those were never really inspected or actually fixed. So we have people living in our homes that are overrun with mold, so bad that your downstairs shower, your walls, everything, even the corners up are all molded, and in your top part that you say you guys go out there and you check them every 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, but that type of stuff like that, when it happens, it should be when the tenant calls it in, does your guys' occupancy people go out there and actually look?
Yes, those are our health and safety inspections. And then we try to work with the tenant as far as education, as far as trying to, help them and what they can do to address it themselves. And if it's too far, where it's actually into the sheetrock, then we let maintenance know also. And we have an inspector go in, not us, an inspector go in, and he'll look at it to assess. And they can actually even, change the sheetrock in that area if it needs to be replaced.
Gary, do you have anybody that could address those issues, why they're not getting done timely? Because, mold does lead to asthma, it leads to all other types of, health issues. And in all honesty, I have a family in Soldier Creek that their house is so full of mold that they have a lot of respiratory issues. And, that wasn't just it wasn't just an onset of them being asthmatic, it was something caused by that mold. And when our people are forced to live in those conditions because their housing is really short here, what can we do? I mean, who's liable for their health issues?
Yeah, well, first thing, we are short of maintenance staff. It's been for quite some years. And, we've been asked to put a plan together to address more of these types of issues. So we're in the process of that. But what's happening with a lot of these split levels is, they use a wood stove and they heat up the area upstairs, but not downstairs, or even some far back rooms if it's a 5-bedroom, 4 bedrooms. Those bedrooms. What it does is they're not getting heated back there, so what it does is cause that mold and the change of weather, humidity in those rooms, and that's what's causing a lot of that mold in these issues in these units. But yeah, we've got some we're addressing, and we just have to take them as the most needed right now, because there is a lot of maintenance issues in a lot of these 37 Act units that our staff is just not capable of addressing them all at one time, so
Yeah,
we are short maintenance staff.
Another thing too is that, we try to help them, like we took, I can't remember her name, she was from IHS. She went in and did went in with this little meter and checked the humidity in the air and it was like at 100%. And we found out none of her fans were working inside, none of the venting fans. So we told them, asked them if they could really get those fans fixed as soon as possible. So in those areas, like especially a bathroom, where they take showers and take baths and stuff, then a lot of that, of course, it's gonna, if you don't ever dry it out. So we did help one of the individuals that came in. I asked for them to put a big fan in there to help dry the air out. So, and then as far as there's a lot of water damages to a lot of those units, because when they use just wood heat as primary heat, then, like Gary said, then it doesn't heat all of it, and then like your furnace and everything is downstairs, your water heater, and when those freeze up, you get water breaks, and then everything gets wet, and then that mold starts to grow, and then because of the water breaks. So I always ask them, can you guys please do something about because that was never met as a primary heat source, especially if it's a split engine.
So maybe they need to work on the HVAC system a little bit better and possibly
Yeah,
upgrade that.
yeah, you'd be surprised how many of them don't use their furnace, and then we always they go out and they make sure that the furnace is working.
Yeah.
If we get that call, then we say, can you please go out and make sure the furnace is working? So, they go out and find out when they haven't used it for quite a while, and a lot of them want to say that it's they can't afford the propane. So that's another issue too.
Okay, maybe after ARPA's all done, you guys might get some employees.
Emily?
Hi, everyone. Good to see you. You're probably tired of me. I just wanted to add a little bit for Tammy's questions. I know Gary touched on it a little bit, but since this is something this is probably one of our biggest complaints that I get as a council rep or from sitting on SWA board. And so I just wanted to provide a little bit of background information that I've learned, because I'm still learning about this whole process. And it's basically our programs are trying to do the best that they can with what they have. But now is the time that we also feel we deserve better. So because of that, we're really in this transition period of how can we assess what we currently have so that we know what we need to do better, so that we know how to fill those gaps, so that we know where the improvement is. And so I know Gary already said it, but the biggest thing is the short staffedness. Things are working on that. We increased the minimum wage. We're trying to get fair wages out there. There's some things moving in there. So I feel confident that that's going to be handled here soon. Another part of it is the plan that Gary mentioned that the board has asked for is basically to go out there and tell what is needed. If we were to have a perfectly working scenario where every unit was going to be assessed, or however, whatever it says, every 2 years or whatever, how much staff would that take? Because right now we can do it on a smaller scale, but we haven't been able to get that working on a large scale, to no one's fault, but I feel it's just because we've been carrying on all of these older units and all of these problems and just carrying it, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And so now that we might have an ear in Washington, and we might have a chance to actually get some of these changes, get the reformulation done, or at least get our stuff heard, now it's even more important that we know what we want. And so that's why I want to stress the need for not only a plan, but a need for an assessment. Because if we do have the ear of Washington, or some of the people that are going to help us either fund this or get policy change, we're going to need to know what we need first. And right now, we have really good data on our units, but I feel that we could really do better on what the vision looks like for Rosebud housing. We have an amazing ordinance, but unfortunately, because Nahasda only funds a small portion of that, and we all know that low-income housing is the majority of that, our need is still there, and our need is actually bigger than what any of us can maybe realize or look in black and white. So I don't want to take up the whole day here. I know we all know that, but I just wanted to lay some of that background information, because somebody like me who just got into this and just, hearing all the bad or seeing all the bad and just wanting to do better, it was a kind of a rude awakening, I guess, to know that some of these things are out of our control. Some of these things are going to take a lot longer than we have time to really address right now. But there is hope, and there is really good things that are happening at SWA. And so if we can take all of those complaints and try to I don't know, use them as motivation and self-reflection on how we can do better. I think that we have a team up there that's willing to do that. So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Brett?
Alright, Taco, whatever, Wogala, what's Gary, and, so we look at now the HUD funding, and then, we look at federal law. What say now at Hitchata, the Chukopi now, I look at the housing need and then, tribes, population, census, hell, now. So, when it comes to housing, now, housing, option now, the chap Patita, now, Tagane open, or chips, now, Toske Chukupi. When it comes to mind, Gary, when it comes to federal formulas, and it comes to what does NASDA and HUD use as far as funding formula, is it use census or the back here the enrollment, or does it use what type of funding do you guys submit when you and then that's one question.
It's enrollment, enrollment. But the formula is pretty complicated to determine what you're gonna get. There's a lot of variables inside of the formula on what each housing entity gets. It's quite complicated, but, and it doesn't favor all the time the bigger tribes. There are congressional people, Alaska Natives and Southwest tribes benefit more than us, large land-based tribes, it's known fact. So, a lot of people are asking for redoing the formula, and they're just not allowing it because of the pool they have within congressional and Congress, Yeah. So we're kind of stuck in a hard place right now until that changes.
So, when we look at federal law, and we look at whether it's Sioux Falls, Rapid, or Minneapolis, or Denver, federal law, when housing, and NASDA and HUD, federal law, when it comes to violation of federal law, like when the meth came about and people were evicted, they're stemmed to not put people back in these houses when meth issues come about or things like this. I think like when you look at cities, there's city ordinances that have to keep people who are land or landlords, they have to keep up like everybody's talking about. Keeping those units serviced and like these things that go on. There's things in law that protect the occupant and then the landlords and the things that are going to get service within units. So I think from a judiciary committee laws, they can't produce those ordinances to watchdog like the city population or things like that when somebody lives in a unit. So when it comes to federal law, I know when it comes to things that are on a federal level, walkie when the policies that go into making laws to govern tribes, most of the laws that go into housing, you guys hire people to policy writers or things like this to go into creating policy, presenting them, and then, within that law, federal law, because I think tribal law, judiciary needs to create those ordinances to also govern, because counties have laws that, they have to go by in order to, like if, they're leasing, they have to, have that law in their city ordinances, you know, they look at how your grass has to be cut, things like this. So there, when it comes to policy, and then when it comes to allocation and how they go, I think about the hog farm, and when they were going to give that hog farm, they built it with boards, and that hog farm was only supposed to be 10 years boards. Unless they built it with steel or any kind of material besides wood. So you look at the lifespan of the hog farm. In that agreement, they wanted to give it to the tribe, but they thought that those boards were only going to be 10 years before they have to take the hog farm down. So the tribe would get those barns, but they would already be depreciated because the boards don't have that long of a lifespan. So when we look at houses today, and then some of the things that they're going to, we look at Sioux 400s, we look at the housings, the newer housing, and all these things built within those policies and the meetings. How much of that, Gary, has in the yearly meetings have been talked about? Oh, clear up a little.
Mike?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, with the understanding that housing probably didn't come down to make a report today, they come down to get their plan approved.
Yes, Mike.
You know, shouldn't, the way we're going, we're getting into, you know, what we should do at some point, you know, have housing here and discuss all these issues. But we could spend the rest of the day.
Need another day to do it.
Yeah, we do.
Trying to do
We bring in SWA in our October meeting. There's a few other things that need to be discussed that are gonna be lengthy. So if you all can write notes on your questions so we can get their plan done and get on with the budget, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I just wanted to, having said that, here I go.
Yeah.
I wanted to just make one point that Gary said, one of the problems is the lack of help. You know, and that's important, that's critical. You can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have people to hire. Anyway, that's it. Let's get on with it.
Kim, do you have more that you need to explain so you guys can get your plan approved?
I just have a couple more activities that,
Hold on just a second. Alvin?
Well, I just have one question for you. This is concerning your employees. Are they eligible for like end-of-year bonus or something for all employees? Do you have that over there? I know you used to have when I was there.
Like you're in?
Bonuses, you know, end-of-year bonuses.
Your end of year bonus, he said?
Yeah, we have the Christmas one, they got the, Rosebud Fair one, and there's a annual evaluation bonus on the day they were hired. So that comes any time of the year. So there's 3 of them that we give out.
That's what I got a lot more to say, but I'm not saying.
Go ahead, Kim, so you guys can get your plan approved.
our activity is VASH supported housing. SWA's HUD VASH grant provides rental subsidy based on fair market rent for our area to help service homeless veterans in providing a home and supportive services to assist vets and families at risk. The VASH will provide 5 tenant-based subsidy vouchers and 15 project-based vouchers for the units. So we have 15 VASH units, out to the village, and we have 5 supported, VASH units, scattered throughout the reservation. Our 8th activity is rehab of Nahaza units. The rehab of 5 Nahaza units, will be rehabbed to improve the quality of substandard units. 5 Nahaza units will receive restoration to bring the units to usable condition and to address health and safety issues. Okay, our last our activity is 2026-9, competitive leverage. The IHBG competitive grant was awarded in the amount of $4,579,640 to build 8 homeownership units for the low and middle income families on the waiting list. This will meet a portion of the housing needs on the reservation, and by promoting self-sufficiency for up to 8 potential home buyers who meet low middle income criteria. So the total SWA funds budgeted for leveraging will be $316,000. So we will put that much into that competitive grant that we received for these 8 units. So that's all of our activities. Do you have any questions? If not, Lisa can go do the budget.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the tonight.
I'm not done yet.
Well, I know we can have discussion. I just want to get it on the floor.
Okay, what progress have you guys made this year compared to last year, and are there any setbacks? This past 2 years.
Point of order, Madam Chair, I made a motion.
Yeah, earlier we said that any questions that we had, we would hold until they come to our
I
regular
understand, but I
meeting,
still made a
so we can get this
Sorry.
done.
Yeah.
And get back to our budgets.
That's what
I
I'm
need a
trying to do.
second
That's
to
why I
Mike's
made a
motion.
I'll second it.
Marion? Oh, Alvin seconded it.
They're not done presenting. I thought there was still a budget presentation to go. So how are we
Kim, is that
Is there
separate?
some more?
Or is your presentation separate from hers?
Yeah, it's together, but we're gonna do, all the activities that I did were good.
Okay, you have to hold up on your motion.
I withdraw my
So
motion.
you can
Sorry.
finish. Wait, Amy.
Then we can make the motion to approve after hers, right?
Yes.
Yeah, after she's done.
On page 16.
I think Mike assumed that was separate.
I'm not gonna do this one or this one.
Page 16.
On page 16, look at table 5. On page 16, we have our funding sources. Our estimated allocation from the formula for our IHBG is $10,258,773. We plan to carry forward rental revenue and what we project to earn for our program funds of $2,080,521. We have other federal funds for the HIT program and for the VASH of $692,863. For a total budget of $13,032,157. On page 17, it lists our program and their budgeted amounts. The modernization or vacant unit work is budgeted at $2,259,877. General operations, $7,568,125. HIP and private home, $585,636. SWA housing services, $375,000.
Madam Chair.
Tax credit subsidy, hold on.
With the, SWA housing services, does that include water and sewer? Who pumps the sewers? Because there's a resolution 221, 246. where you pay RST Sewer Revenue Department request the RST Land and Natural Resource Committee recommended that RST Sewer Revenue Department adopt and approve a monthly fee of $15 for each unit for community sewer system operator. Is that still, or this is a standing resolution, are they still doing that?
We do our own pumping now.
Yeah.
We have our own trucks.
We've always had paid folks.
No, you don't pay that.
Okay.
Okay, continue.
And a tax credit subsidy of $108,000. The VASH supportive housing, $157,227. Tenant rental assistance, that's the emergency assistance for private homes, $50,000. Rehab of Nahaza units, $15,000. We have a competitive ICDBG grant. So we're leveraging $316,882 of SWA dollars. Planning administration, $1,596,409 for a total budget of $13,032,457.
We also handed out a more descriptive budget here to that goes into a little bit more detail too that we could look at. Come back next month if you have any more questions on budgets.
Ariana, one more question, so I just wanted to make a statement. One of the biggest things right now that I forgot to say earlier was the biggest gap right now is the new homes. For many tribes, if not all of them, that's the biggest gap is we're not building homes. And in order for the Nahazda to work how it was, low-income housing was only supposed to be temporary. So because we don't have any permanent housing or long-term housing or home ownership, we're just stuck in the cycle. So I just wanted to point that out there. That's why a lot of the emphasis, hopefully for the tribes and our visioning and planning, can help focus and build up the home ownership and new builds. Thank you.
Gary, is there anyone else in your staff that needs to present as a part of this plan?
No.
Okay, so now we can go back to Mike's motion for approval. And Alvin second, I need a question. Votes, all in favor of the plan?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Thank you, SWA.
Thank you, council.
Do we need to do this resolution? Gary, is this your resolution or do we need to pass it?
We brought it up, if you guys want to use it.
Mike,
Madam Chair?
Mike, are you gonna read that resolution in with this?
Well, my motion was to approve the resolution.
Oh, okay.
That was my clarification, was where we approved it.
Yeah,
we
and
didn't
I'll
give it a
waive the
number.
reading for the record.
But we just need to give it a number, because we already approved it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That was my question.
So we're good. My mistake, I'm sorry.
Well, that number will be 248.
Thank you, guys.
For those of you that have the resolution that are keeping track, it's resolution 248.
I see you started to get my gifts up there. All right, yeah.
I'm not coming down.
You gotta be down there. Gotta beat somebody up.
I know it. Alright, bring it on, Mike.
Yeah, they can make it. Keep working.
Thank you.
I was waiting for you to email me.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Bring it on, Mike.
It went through, Monica. Monica, it went in. That was my motion. That's number
Well, maybe.
248. 248. Yeah.
Here, I wrote it on here.
Oh, the next one? Are you guys good, or do you want a 5-minute break before the next start?
Break.
5-minute break. Finish signing on that. See you. 5-minute break, Bob. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh. Okay. Zero.
No voting?
What?
Go ahead, Gemma.
Motion to approve 2025-227.
You read it in now, because you already have your, it's not emergency legislation, it already has a number.
Okay. Oh, we don't, oh, I did that wrong. We don't need that first one? Okay. We'll amend that first motion then. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Whereas RC ordinance number 8610, RC election code section 100, election section 102C, types of election, dates and times, special election provides, vote held on a date set by the RC election board and approved by the tribal council within 50 days of a vacancy, and the candidate for such office who receives the highest number of votes shall be elected. And whereas on September 5th, 2025, the RC election board had passed a motion vote to have the tribal council set a date for the Antelope Community Sioux Village election for community chairperson due to names left off ballot, unquote. And whereas on September 22nd, 2025, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Governmental Affairs Committee passed a motion. I would like this one just to be modified because we don't normally name the committee members. So a motion to recommend and forward the resolution as emergency legislation to RST Council for the special election for Sioux Village for community chairs for September 30th, 2025, an attached budget. Therefore, be it resolved that in accordance with the RST ordinance number 8610, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the motion of the RST Election Board and the RST Governmental Affairs Committee and approves a special election for the Antelope Community Sioux Village election for community chairperson for September 30th, 2025 with the attached budget. Be also resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Board is authorized and directed to make the necessary and proper preparations for notifying the public of the special election for community Sioux Village election for community chairperson.
Now, Tote second, and Tammy question, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Before I vote, Madam Chair, can you clarify the motion here? Is Sioux Village looking for a chairperson? Are they voting on that? So Sioux Village is going to be a community then?
So what happened, what was explained to us was the ballots that were out at Sioux Village, because they have separate voting sites, but they're both considered Antelope Community. Whenever they went for Antelope Community, those the ballots there did not have the names to vote for the community chairperson. So they were not allowed opportunity to vote for their community chairperson. So that's why it's a special election just for that community that did not get a vote.
Okay, so
As part of
Antelope Community have a chairman then? No?
Not right now. It's on hold.
Oh, okay, all right.
So it's kind of like all the other ones where their existing chairperson is still the chairperson until they have the swearing
Oh,
in.
okay, all right. I was under the impression that Sioux Village, it makes it sound like Sioux Village is going to have a community chairman.
Okay.
So therefore, you take it like Sioux Village is trying to become a community itself.
Okay.
So I think that it should have been more specific than what it's stating in a resolution. So that's why I was under the impression that Sioux Village was trying to be the 21st village of community.
Okay. Thanks for bringing that up. We probably didn't notice because we were familiar with the whole thing. So somebody not familiar.
Yeah, I didn't go to the committee. I'm not a committee member. Nobody informed me, so.
Do you want us to add something?
Emily, can you amend it to say Sioux Village for community chair of Antelope for September 30th?
Yeah.
Yes, if you guys would allow that to be amended. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
So,
or just approve as amended?
Approve as amended.
Yes, just that one clarification.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So 12 in favor. 0
Opposed?
Was that one? Chris is not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, motion approved. Now we can go back to budget.
Okay, Ken, all
Oh.
yours.
Bring up the prosecutor one.
It won't take care of Yeah.
These people forward me.
Hold on, Ken. One more, and then we'll go back.
Okay, on August 15th, at the Judiciary Committee meeting, there was a motion made to recommend the hiring of a chief prosecutor. We also handed out the ordinance of the Judiciary Committee where section 8, I believe. Section 8B and E states that this committee has authority to recommend the hiring of the prosecutor. So that's what they did. And then we brought it on to come before council to see if we would approve, and the resume is attached.
Someone has, Michelle has a motion to approve. I need a second. And then we'll have discussion. Second by Tammy. Now we have discussion on it after you're done reading.
There's no resolution attached. It's just the motion.
It's just a
that we'll
motion.
bring it forward.
Yeah, it's just a motion. It's not a resolution.
Recommendation, so we can move forward with the prosecutor, because we need one.
Chief prosecutor.
Chief prosecutor.
Peter. You have it? Yeah, it's in discussion right now.
I have a question.
You're questioning it, or you have a question?
This, this voting out here since I was little is just like Rington. Those people vote in their own communities. That's what happened out there, and that's what happened out in Rington.
Yeah, that
place out there, without Rington's approval, when they have a house, they tell them to go back to their own community, so that's what they do.
that already went through, Alvin. What they're on right now is on that chief prosecutor. They just handed out. Yeah,
Sorry about that.
that's fine. If there's no discussion on it, then we need a question.
Question?
Mike Bolts, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
Or did you vote? 10.
10? Opposed? Not voting?
2.
Motion carried to have this person listed here as the new chief prosecutor. Okay, now Wayne.
Ken's gonna do the BIA ones, and then do the HHS ones? Yeah. 2 minutes. Hold on, I got one thing.
Michelle, was that advertised? Yes. And did it? When everybody changing their mind afterwards.
Yeah.
I will. I just noticed that the print is kind of small, so I'll be sending out something with a bigger print on there for you can see what it is that is being presented. This is a 638.
Did you bring us some magnifying glasses?
I had to make sure mine were on.
Kim, did you make the announcement that this resolution kind of needs to be added to?
Yes. This resolution, as it was prepared, is in need of some amendments, and in terms of the cash awards and other items that were listed on the previous resolutions. So those will need to be amended into there when this resolution is presented.
Now, in addition to that, I noticed there is over $200,000 in cash awards in total for all these programs. Some of them are pretty heavy. Just keep that in mind, you know, that I don't know that they're going to be able to give that the amounts, some of the amounts budgeted here in cash award expenditures.
That's you know, good to keep in mind, because in the past, whenever the program for budgeting, they budgeted cash awards in there.
I don't want to get down to a point where at budget and finance, we get into an argument with the director that, well, the council approved $50,000, so that's what you got to do.
Yeah. So that I guess it should be a matter of the record that there is some provisions in the resolution that alter the budget approval.
Yeah, and I just want that for the record.
Yes. Okay. I'll read the amount of the budget amounts that are in the 638 base budgets. Many of the programs have a lot of detail in their individual program budgets. So we tried to provide all of those details in there so that you're more aware of what takes place in each of those program operations. Get one, Chris?
You want some? Okay, I was gonna do so.
We got some next week, so.
Awesome.
These constitute the 93638 budgets for the fiscal year 2026. I'll read the programs and the amount that they're budgeting. On the first page is a group of programs that are included in what is a CTGP. And that is a grouping that is Consolidated Tribal Government Programs, which at the time of its origin was a grouping that was developed in order to facilitate transfers within each of the one program area to the other. That hasn't really been taking place. It used to be that our entire budget was operated under that basis, but now many of the programs operate as standalones. So that provides them some additional opportunity for other funding. So that's what some of the grouping is in there. But the first grouping is enrollment. And that amount that they're budgeting each for this period of time is $66,337. Forestry, and you see something else that on the proposed federal, state, and other budgeting, which those dollar amounts are a little bit bigger, but the forestry amount was $348,650,000. SRD, that amount is $436,723. THPO, $158,716. Truancy, $25,000. 105 leasing, $45,835. Water resources, $345,196. And those total up is what is in the grouping as referred to as a CTGP. The other programs are standalone programs, and that's JDC Corrections, $1,723,664. JDC Operations, $307,144,000. JDC Maintenance, $159,133. Adult Corrections, $2,877,384. Adult Corrections Operations, $203,369. Adult Corrections Maintenance, $135,512. Law Enforcement Services, $3,387,926. Road Maintenance, $412,419. HIP, $908,301. Safety of Dams, $325,120,85. RST Courts, $1,377,485. Spotted Tail Children's Home, $183,034. Sichongo Child and Family, CW Administration, contract support, direct contract support is, 131,762. The admin of Sichongo Family Services, 90,362. Child welfare, 73,000. Child welfare, HPPG, CPS, 121,229. Sichongo Child and Family Welfare Assistance, $60,041. Attorney General's Office, $125,000. Johnson O'Malley, Todd County School District, $106,000. Johnson O'Malley, White River School District, $12,725. Johnson O'Malley, White River, or Winter School District, $12,925. Johnson O'Malley Head Start, $26,830. LTC Infant and Toddlers Grant, $608,711. ICWA, $115,697. Higher education, $424,101. And that totals, those standalones total $13,568,993.85. Total between the standalones and the CTGP, total an amount of $15,301,811.85. That is the base funding for all of those programs. There will be some additional items that will be included in this budget as we have some of the year-end money that is continuing to flow down. But it, you know, as those things come, then we'll be bringing that back to the council for reconsidering amending those amounts. So that this is the base figures, but in turn, it will also be changing and increasing as it goes along. Yes?
Just curious as to why some of them have like budgets for supplies and things like that and some don't.
It's up to each program director to develop whatever their budget requests may be. And you have to keep in mind that sometimes the programs are operating other programs in addition to these. In maybe they may be receiving money from some other federal funding source or indirect or general account funding. So that's where sometimes they
Have it in
have it one but not the other. So it's like, and I think that at one time we tried to budget so that a program would have, you could see all of the sources of funding. That's something that we are looking at getting back to so that it gives you a better view of the whole program's operations.
Thank you.
So this road maintenance, is that transportation or is that road?
That's the road department, the road shop. And in the road shop, you have to keep in mind, you have the 638 money, and you have the transportation money that comes out of the highway, the federal highways money. So they receive a percentage of that. In addition to that, at times they do receive a certain amount of state funds sometimes, and sometimes some revenue that they produce. So it's something to keep in mind, but this is just a 638.
Madam Chair, I'll move this for emergency legislation.
Do I have a second? Schultz? Question? Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
What?
Mike, move for emergency legislation of 249.
Move to approve.
Second by Chris. Go ahead, Mike, read it in.
Okay, starting with, the fifth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance and Appropriations Committee, RST Budget and Finance, is established pursuant to Ordinance 8807 as amended 1995. And whereas the RST Budget Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the Bureau of Indian Affairs Public Law 93-638 base budgets for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $15,301,811,811.85. And then whereas budget, now this is adding the language that is lacking here. Whereas the Budget and Finance Committee also recommends that all cash awards for 2026 be limited to a maximum of $500 cash and shall not exceed 2 awards. And whereas the Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that changes to the cash awards policy must be approved by a 2/3 vote of the RST Tribal Council. And let's see here. Therefore, be it resolved that the that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the Bureau of Indian Affairs Public Law 93-638 base budget for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $15,301,811.85. And be it also further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendations of the RST Budget and Finance Committee that all cash awards for fiscal year 2026 shall be limited to a maximum of $500 cash and shall not exceed 2 awards. Therefore, be it resolved.
Have a question? Or discussion?
I incorporated.
Oh, you added those?
Yeah, I incorporated.
Then can we also add the wages?
Yeah.
Since he added that, then we
Yeah.
can add the wages and double.
Okay, so that was your discussion?
Yeah.
I was just asking, yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, I need a question. How was, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion approved.
This is the last budget council have, real short one, and it's this for the IHS program. We'll only be dealing with the second column there. It should take me about 5 minutes to read it in, 1 minute for you guys to vote. And then, because the casino people are outside chomping at the bit to get to you guys.
I just starting to get crazy.
The number? For,
Kansas.
for Kansas, 249.
Again, tribal council, this is for the IHS budget. So we're only going to be dealing with the second column. We have the 2026 proposed IHS budget. All the other numbers we already approved in other budgets.
Do we have the budget already?
Sorry, we just talked about resolution.
Okay, sorry, didn't know that. Again, council, we're only going to be dealing with that 2026 proposed IHS budgets. First one, alcohol treatment. IHS contract, $912,222. Ambulance,
$922,800. CHR, $932,507. Health Administration, $331,662. Maintenance, $265,409. Equipment, $27,286. Direct contract support, $181,778. Indirect cost, $477,752, for a total of $4,051,473. Mike, you should have a resolution.
Right.
$4 million, I'll figure that one to the next. No, this be the IHS, because the rest of the add-ons, we were already approved in other budgets.
And this, just the 638 portion, right?
This is just the 638 portion.
That 4 million?
Yeah, 4 million.
So that's what number we put into the blank here?
Yeah.
Right.
Are you bringing it up?
I'll move emergency legislation.
I need a second, Totes. Question, Chris, all in favor of emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Madam Chair, move to approve 250.
Yes. I need a second, Chris? Okay, Mike.
6, whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the other IHS Indian Health Service account-based budgets for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $4,051,473. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has also recommended that all cash awards for fiscal year 2026 shall be limited to a maximum of $500 cash and shall not exceed 2 awards. Whereas the Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that any changes to the cash award policy must be approved by a vote of 2/3 of the RST Tribal Council. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the other Indian Health Service-based budget for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $4,051,473, and therefore be it resolved. Oh, excuse me, be it also resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Budget and Finance Committee that all cash awards for fiscal year 2025 shall be limited to a maximum of $500 cash and shall not exceed 2 awards. Therefore be it resolved.
And amended with the same
Be
as
it finally resolved,
45.
excuse me.
And amended to include the same verbiage.
Right,
as
yeah, the
45.
rest of the language is all the same, yeah. The church
Okay.
are third vote and everything, yeah.
Okay, any discussion? If not, I need a question. Alvin? I need a question. Alvin said no.
I'll question.
Tammy? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed? 0. Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much, council. You did a lot of programs happy, and you're doing,
Yeah.
and you're doing a lot better job than Congress. Great.
Well, that's because they're not Donald Trump.
We'll have the gaming and casino people come in now.
Are you going out after this?
Do we need to?
From that file?
So Helen, go ahead and take the book.
Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
I'm Kelly Kearney. I'm the acting general manager out of the casino. And I just had some things to report to you guys. As you know, all know, we recently lost our GM last month, and and I was appointed to be the acting general manager. The first thing I wanted to discuss was just the GM candidates for
for the open position of general manager. How long did you guys want us to keep that position open? Right now, we have 26, I believe 24 or 26, candidates right now. 26?
26?
Yep, 26. So it's up to you guys how long you want to keep it open.
They all meet base requirement or minimum requirement for eligibility?
Some of them did, and some of them, don't have experience, and some have a lot of experience. So I did a list of 5, the
I
top.
saw that in your email.
Yeah.
Okay, so those would be the recommendations?
Yeah. And we can, and I left it open so you guys can consider all the applicants. And someone told me that my, email, I'm sorry if I sent it out and it can't get downloaded, I'll have to resend it out so you guys can look at the resumes. And then also, someone wanted a list of the names of the candidates. I can also, send that out. I'll send those out tomorrow. I'll resend out the candidates and resend out the list, so. But, it was up to you guys how long you wanted to keep it open. We can set up interviews soon or.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
In that list that you sent, one of them was different. Was that like a typo or did
No.
you mean one to be kind of bolded?
The
last one?
The last one where there's 5, that's an updated list. The first one was, there was like.
I'm just asking because like they're all the same color except for that last name. So that's why I was wondering if you were prioritizing that one.
No.
Oh, it might have been a
They're,
format.
they're in no particular order. They're all equal. I want them to be all considered equally.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Kelly, did the board of directors look at the list also?
Yes.
And what's their opinion relative to yours?
I'm open to considering all or doing just the top 5. It's really up to you guys how you want to
I
consider.
was curious whether they looked at them or not. I guess.
Yes. Yeah, so, we did look at them and, we were kind of like, kind of in the same realm as Kelly. We wanted to obviously bundle that number down a bit, but then I did ask, most of our colleagues how they felt about it too, because the council does select the GMs, and there was a big consensus that they wanted to see, they wanted to be a part of the whole deal of it. But at the same time too, though, we were still asking Kelly to dwindle it down just for recommendations. So, at the end of the day, like you guys, we do select the GM, so it would be, we would take your guys' recommendations into considerations.
Did we do any vetting at all? Like, I'm sure they gave resumes.
Yeah,
with contacts, that sort of thing, and do you follow up on any of that stuff?
Not yet. We were waiting for you guys' opinion so we could do like, if there's 5 that you guys want us to pursue, we can start checking references and making sure their credentials are what they are.
Do you have an idea what kind of a vetting process you're going to use as far as checking them out?
We're going to ask for references, get references, call their references, and then also do look at their prior jobs and check with their prior jobs as cross-reference them with because they're going to give us who they want to give us. So we're going to check those out, and then we're going to check out their past job performance for recommendations.
Okay, can you give us the names of the 5 and maybe just a brief summary of each one and why they look interesting?
The top 5, they had casino experience. The one I can remember off the top of my head was.
You can give us the names.
Do you need to go out there?
No, we don't need to go up here. It's just. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put it that way, but no, we shouldn't go up here.
We're giving names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can walk in there for this.
Yeah,
So that,
but we're not going to really get into details, but this is the same as electing a tribal president. I mean, we don't do that in executive session,
Emily?
I was just asking because it's an HR issue, and so I didn't know if there were some personnel issues. That's why I was asking. But if we are going to go forward with this, I was able to open the links for the 5 that you sent, and I can hook my screen up to the screen if we wanted to go through them. So I was just going to offer that.
So if we're gonna do that, we are gonna go off the air mic because we're gonna have people's information up
But
on
we
the
haven't
screen.
hired them yet.
But
Their information doesn't become private until they become employees.
Well, Mike, we're not going into executive session, we're just going off the.
Just
air.
going off the air, not executive session.
Are we hiring?
No.
Or is he just doing his report?
Just doing his report. But you're gonna be having people's names and personal information on the screen.
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna argue with it, I just don't think, I think we should do that in the open.
After all that, I don't even know if I can hook up there, but I'll try.
So, Kelly, I'm gonna take us off the air, but not into executive session because of people's private information.
That's fine.